I'd like to say good morning to everyone.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'd like to, are there any amendments to the agenda? If there are none, I need to get a motion to approve the board work session agenda for February 15th.
So moved.
Second.
It has been moved and second that we approve and adopt the board work session agenda. Question, wait for your questions. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye has it, agenda is approved. At this time, asking Dr. Miller if she would call our roll for us, please.
Good morning and happy Valentine's Day a day late. I would encourage the board members, at Central Office, we tried to celebrate, thanks to Jennifer Wagner. She's continually working on things to show that we appreciate them. So on break, you'll see all the kind things and the great work that's being done at Central Office. So I invite you to read the heart that was shared yesterday. With that, I will do the roll call. Ms. Brenson Bloomer.
Here.
Ms. Naomi Clark.
Present.
Mr. Victor Bell.
Present.
Mr. Carl Alcock.
Present.
Ms.
Here.
Kelly Hughes.
Here.
Ms. Kimberly Smith.
Here.
Madam Chair, we have a quorum. Everyone's present.
Thank you. At this time, I would like to share our vision and our mission statements with everybody. We envision a public education system that challenges all students as learners and prepares them to imagine and create a successful life, values educators and empowers them to inspire and spark innovation in every student, leads in education and community engagement, and invites all students, their families, and all members of the community to work together to support public education to the benefit of our students, our communities, our nation, and our world. Our mission statement: together with our family and community at Craven County Schools, will educate all learners to personal, professional, and civic success through challenging and personalized instruction. And at this time, I ask our Vice Chairman, Ms. Kimberly Smith, to review the ground rules, the bin item process, and the safety procedure in the event of an emergency with the attendees of the Board of Education meeting.
Thank you, Chairman Boomer. Our meeting ground rules, which are posted on the back of the wall, right above Ms. Hudson's head there, the ground rules for the meetings that we use in all of our Craven County Schools meetings include: post and approve the agenda, listen as an ally, one person speaks at a time, respect each other, no sidebars, everyone participates, stay on task, start and stop on time, schedule appropriate breaks, evaluate at the end of each meeting, and if everyone could turn anything that beeps, rings, does anything, any electronic device that could distract us during the meeting, if you could please turn those to silent now, or turn them, better yet, just turn them off and be present with us. The ban item process for the board is: if we have an off-task thought, put it on a sticky note, put it on this gray exterior, and we'll make sure that Chairman Boomer covers it before the meeting so all hearts can leave comfortable. Safety procedures: if we were to have a tornado, we're going to split the room right down the middle, that empty desk there between our attorney and teacher of the year. If you're to my right, we're going to go out this door to my right into the interior hallway. If you're to my left, we're going to go out the door there by Mr. Griffin, and we're going to go out that door into the hallway, get in the back. Sorry, it's COVID brain. It does hang around for a while. I'm sorry. Go into the interior hallway, cover our heads, get down until we get the all clear. If we were to have an intruder in the building or a fire, we're going to exit the same way, but we're going to go outside of the building instead of into the interior hallway until we get the all clear. If we had an intruder in the building that was not in the room with us, we'd ask the people closest to the doors to secure them. We'd alert the building, call for help, and wait for the all clear. If we had an intruder in the room with us this morning, we would do the same thing. We would lock the doors, call for help. Actually not lock the doors, sorry. Call for help, alert the building, and then do everything they can to counter whatever's going on in the room and take care of each other until we get the all clear.
Thank you. At this time, I call upon our board attorney, Mr. Brian Goucher, to lead us with the invocation to this morning.
Board members, if you'll please pray with me. Lord, you wait to be gracious to us. In your infinite regard, you stand at the ready, waiting to share the enormity of your loving kindness to each of us. Pierce the most hardened of hearts, that we would accept your tender care. Lord, you have promised to show mercy to us in your boundless love. You want to take us into your compassionate embrace, that we would know of your forgiveness. Pierce the most secret corners of our hearts, that we would relax in your acceptance. Lord, you are a God of justice, blessing those who trust that you have the final word over injustice and evil in this world. Pierce the most doubting heart, that in the face of all we fear, we would discover that our hope is found only in you. We give our hearts to you this day, trusting in the salvation of your holy name. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you. At this time, I'd like everybody to please stand, and we're going to ask Ms. Board Member Naomi Clark to lead us with the Pledge of Allegiance.
Thank you, ma'am. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Amen. Amen. At this time, I would like to take this opportunity to recognize our parent this morning, attended our meeting, and also our two students representative. I'd like to recognize our parent, Mr. Michael Eastwood. He's a parent of a student at Brenson Elementary School. And there he is right there. And he looked like a little boy, but he is. So hold on to that thought for a long time, because one of these days you're gonna wish you know. But welcome, and also our student representative, Ms. Marcello, Tyrese Gardner, and Taylor Grace Rogers from West Craven High School. And they are our student representative, and we appreciate all of them being here. And I'm sure that they will help us they will participate as well. Not putting you on spot, but if you have something to say later on when the time is convenient. And at this time, I also like to recognize all of our elected officials who are listening in today. And I also like to recognize our Principal of the Year, Ms. Friedman, who's always with us. Welcome. We thank you for, I know you hate leave your baby this morning, but we are thankful for doing that. And we also like to recognize Ms. Morris, who's our Teacher of the Year from H.J. McDonald Middle School.
She said the.
HJ.
The.
She had to leave HJ because she was driving so slow this morning. I had to pass her because I didn't. That's what we like. Okay. And at this time, I'm going to ask Ms. Naomi Clark if she will leave us with our goal.
Yes, ma'am. Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm initially going to defer to Ms. Kim Smith, and then she'll yield the floor back to me.
Sure, thank you. For those of you who don't know, the board has been aware for over a month, or about a month, and I'm submitting my resignation as vice chair this morning to Chairman Boomer. This is a really good thing for me personally, and it is also a great opportunity for our board to allow someone else to get in this seat and learn the ropes before the two of us are gone. So this is a great opportunity, but I'm submitting that resignation, so it's effective today. If you want to read the letter, it'll be in the minutes. It's on my personal Facebook account, but anyway, blessed to serve beside you and not leaving you, just changing seats at the table.
We're glad you're not leaving us. All right, so Ms. Smith has let us know that she is going to resign from being the co-chair, but she is still a member of this board. And so, but at this time, I need to give a motion to nominate another person for the co-chair.
I make a motion to nominate Ms. Clark.
I second that.
It has been moved and second that Ms. Naomi Clark will replace Ms. Kimberly Smith as the board, the co-chair. Are you ready? Are there any discussions? Are you ready for the question? Do we need a roll call vote? Let's do a roll call vote.
Ms. Frances Boomer,
Yes.
Ms. Naomi Clark,
Yes.
Mr. Victor Dove, sorry.
Yes.
Yes.
Ms. Stephanie King.
Yes.
Ms. Kelly King,
Yes.
Ms. Kimberly Smith.
Yes.
Madam Chair, the motion passes 100%.
Don't say anything else about it. Congratulations, Ms. Clark. I'm looking forward to working with you. I think I'm looking forward to working with you. I am. I mean that sincerely. I know you will keep me alert. Thank you
Thank you, Madam
for
Chair,
accepting the challenge.
and I
And Miss-
accept this with
Come on,
humility.
come on.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So we'll just bring it back to you. That's all the goal we're having.
I had to move the mic down. I thought my mouth was big enough, but apparently not. Ms. Smith, thank you for the service that you have rendered on this board
You're welcome.
Thank you.
for the last 19 years going on, last 19 going on the 20th year. And so, but thank you. We appreciate that, all that you have done. I have learned a lot from you. And you probably learned a little bit from me, but
Yeah. We learn from each other if we listen.
but we appreciate that. And at this time, you continue with the,
Yes, ma'am.
Mhm.
With regard to the goals, I wanted to start off by saying there was a survey that was conducted and disseminated to the directors, the cabinet members, as well as the principals and APs. And we got that information back, and I want to give my undying support and gratitude to Mrs. Michelle Lee. The information was returned to Mrs. Lee. She has put it in graphs. We're still continuing to analyze it, but board members, you will get that information within 7 days. And you will have roughly 3 weeks to digest it, and we will analyze that information at the next board meeting, hopefully. So that's all I have with regard to my specific goal. And I would ask Mrs. Muse or Mr. Dove, whichever one who wants to go first, if you have anything to report today.
We don't have anything to report at this time.
Thank you. Ms. Muse?
So I have met with Dr. Miller and Michelle Lee,
Yes, ma'am.
and we have discussed my goal work as far as creating the calendar. And we've got some little handouts that will be coming to you guys at some point for any upcoming trainings and things that we might want to participate in for the North Carolina School Board Association and all that kind of stuff. And I think you guys will be really pleased with what we've got going on.
That's super. Thank you.
Okay.
Ms. King, do you have anything to report
I
today?
do. I think Mrs. Severa has the board policy according to spotlights is something that we developed a couple years ago.
Mhm.
I do have a hard copy if anyone would like one. And so the spotlight process has been in the past where we would, where we would go to a school on a Wednesday. We designated a Wednesday. I think that is our general meeting day in Craven County, where we ask our staff not to plan anything outside of school because that's the day whether they have a faculty meeting or cabinet meeting, whatever the term may be. And that was the day that we designated to go to school to celebrate our staff and the wonderful things that they are doing. So I wanted to pull our policy back up, or our process back up, so that we can begin to look at it to see what areas we want to change, to tweak, or, to amend. I wanted to draw our attention especially to the school spotlight area, because these were criteria that we had set as to who or what group of people that we would spotlight. My thought was, or maybe I shouldn't give my thought, should I?
Yes, you should.
Okay. My thought was to ask the people who are being celebrated what they would like to be celebrated for. Because quite often it's easy for us to say what we want to celebrate, but is that something that they hold as valuable to them as it is to us? It's just like a birthday party. I like kind of pinks, don't bring my birthday party black and white because I like, so if we're going to celebrate a group of people, what is it that they would like for us to go in to celebrate? So as a board, I would like for us to begin to look at that spotlight process, part in our process to maybe send out a survey to our teachers and to our administrators about, when we come to them, what is it that they would like to see us do? Okay. So that's where I am right now. And I think I started a survey and Michelle Lee stopped me. She said, no, you're moving too fast. But she brought me back to the process and I appreciate that. She stopped me and put me back to the process. We created some survey questions already, just to kind of get the ball moving. But as a board, I think it's important that we listen to our stakeholders about what they would like to be recognized for.
Okay.
Okay.
That's all we have with regard to
Okay.
that, Madam Chair.
Well, thank you for your reports. And at this time, I'm going to turn over to our superintendent. Dr. Miller.
I'm not used to going at the front of the meeting, so I kind of have to get ready for that. But I wanted to move our updates to the front because we have Scott Harrelson, the health director of Craven County, with us, who will participate in the presentation today. So as Mr. Silvera pulls up the presentation, I will remind you, everything I'm going to share with you today is certainly a team effort. We have a very strong relationship with the health director. We talk often and we get input and we give input as well. They have been very supportive with contact tracing and actually given us more staff than originally we asked for. And again, Luann, who's back here and ready to jump in. This certainly has been a team effort going into something none of us have really experienced before. So I just wanted to publicly say a thank you to all the folks that are working together for the ultimate goal for everyone, and that's to keep kids in front of their teachers. So today I'll present the February update, and you will recognize many of these slides, and they're just going to show you where we are. So the next slide shows the weekly cases for the state. And that's for the month of January. The next one shows Craven County, and you will see that we typically mirror the state for January. The next slide, and this is a little different this time, the way they noted the vaccination status. The percent of population vaccinated with 2 doses or 1 dose. Previously, they had not counted those unless they were boosted. So you will see the percentage there. Blue being North Carolina, red Craven County. The next slide shows Craven County schools in December, the daily positives, blue being staff, red being students. The next slide, again, January reported positives, blue staff, red students. The next slide shows December quarantines. You can see when that variant came, right? It's very obvious. The next one, January daily quarantines. The next slide, I show you every month. This is the level of transmission for the state of North Carolina. And again, the next slide reminds you, originally you had set the goal of being in yellow to consider mask optional. This was December. You will see 156 was the cases at 4.16%. The next slide is the transmission for January. It was up to 27.59%. And the next slide shows February 9th, where we were, 25.13%, beginning to decline as what everyone predicted. The next slide, as you remember, we did COVID testing. So this shows January, the COVID test for staff and for students. This has been a tremendous help to our families because as you're aware, it's sometimes difficult as the new variant came about. So many people were getting tested. It was hard to get into your doctor to different places. So the fact that our parents can drive up curbside and get tested and get the results and the rapid results within 20 minutes and then 24 to 48 hours, get their PCR. So that's been helpful. Now I'm going to let Nurse Mac talk about the toolkit. As you're aware, we constantly get updates, sometimes 10:30 at night. So we have had an update effective February 10th, and I know Mr. Harrelson's going to talk about what that means, because as you read through the toolkit, you read something on one page and then the other page, you think it contradicts. That is because the toolkit is recommendations. We really take our direction from the health director locally, and he looks at all the cases in Craven County and makes a recommendation. So I'm going to let Nurse Mac talk about the updates, and then I'll come back and then we'll hear from Mr. Harrelson.
Good morning.
Good morning.
As predicted, our toolkit has changed multiple times. As you know, beginning December 30th, we had a change. We had another change on January 7th, January 10th, January 13th, and now February 10th. With the changes to this current toolkit, this is a recommendation from NCDHHS and the Department of Public Instruction. As Dr. Miller stated, we do receive our direction from Mr. Scott Harrelson, our local health department health director. The changes in the toolkit now reflect if anyone is a confirmed positive by PCR or a rapid test with or without symptoms, they will still quarantine, isolate for 5 days. Then they would need to mask from day 6 through day 10. So the COVID protocol for the confirmed positive is 10 days. If individuals cannot mask, they would need to be out the 10 days. And this is COVID protocol. This is regardless of the mask setting in the school system. This is based on the recommendation from NCDHHS and our local health department. If an individual has symptoms, COVID-like symptoms, regardless of whether they test or not, they would isolate for 5 days, and then they would need to mask from day 6 through day 10. Everyone has the option to test. They have the option to do nothing and be out the 5 and then mask for day 6 through day 10. They can test, and depending on their test results, will determine their return. If someone has COVID-like symptoms, and they should receive an alternate diagnosis, such as a sinus infection, an ear infection, strep throat, for example, and the healthcare provider can determine whether or not they choose to test that individual. As long as they have been fever-free for 24 hours and not received a fever-reducing agent, and their symptoms are improving, they can return back to work or school. Those guidelines, those recommendations have not changed. What has changed is the asymptomatic individual that's been exposed to a confirmed positive. In our current guidelines that were updated on the 10th of January, we had 4 levels of exemptions to being exposed. We had whether both parties were wearing a mask. We had vaccination status by age and booster eligibility. We had situations if we were a mask required setting and they fell into the test to stay. In other words, whether one or both parties were wearing a mask, regardless of whether it was an unmasked situation such as lunch or extracurricular, as long as they were asymptomatic, they did not have to be excluded from school. All of that is no longer part of the updated toolkit. The current toolkit is stating, if you're asymptomatic and you've been exposed, you do not have to be excluded from school, regardless of the mask setting in the school. So the toolkit also provided recommendations and options about communication. And Mr. Harrelson will come up shortly and go over his recommendations on what he recommends to you as board members to proceed with these various changes to this toolkit. With that, I'll turn it back over to Dr. Miller.
And the next slide just shows the actual change, and that's the ways you can contact folks if we choose to do that. But the big change is at the bottom. No longer recommended statewide quarantining asymptomatic folks. And the next slide again is recommendations if we choose to make contact, how we could do that. Classroom, school-wide, or individual students. All right, next slide. So the quarantine comparison, this will show you December of 2020, December of 2021, and then January of 21 and January 2022. Okay, this has been asked of us to share. So the next slide shows actual quarantines that converted to positive. So in January, we had a total of 3,022 quarantines. Of those that were quarantined, we became aware of 320 positives. And again, many of these were self-reported because they were already at home, but that's a conversion percent of 10.5%. All right, safety protocols. I will review these again. We are allowing visitors in the building as they follow the established protocols, athletic events and band participation to follow the protocols, mask required for spectators. All field trips are open, both day and overnight trips, to request approval. And you guys have approved several of those out-of-state trips. And I want to make clear this last one. All activities and events are open with protocols in place. That includes school dances and Valentine Exchange. We have not stopped any of that as long as during the event we follow the established protocols. There's been some confusion and it's been shared with me like we've stopped events. We have not done that. We have not gave direction to stop those events.
Dr. Miller,
Yes, ma'am.
for the first one, all visitors in the building must adhere to the established protocol. Okay. All schools, at every school, when parents check out their students, their children, they are allowed to go in the building to pick up their children.
Yes, ma'am.
long
Currently,
as
they would
they-
wear a mask, but they
Right.
are allowed into the building.
And that's not happening in all the schools, and it's getting cold. And I don't think it's fair for those parents have to stand outside and say, I want my child, and they say, okay, I bring them to you. I don't think that's fair. It is not happening in all the schools.
And I've sent out a memo, but I will once again remind our school leaders of these expectations and make that clear. But I have sent out a memo and I sent it again last month. But and I will say if anyone is having concerns about a particular school, if you will call me, I will make direct contact with that school. I did, and I sent out a reminder to everyone, as I said, about allowing folks in school. Now, I understand if there's 50 people in a small area in the office, but folks should be allowed, and visitors and folks that support our schools, churches, et cetera. We have opened our buildings up. We now need those volunteers more than ever. As long as folks are following the protocols, we should allow them in the school. So again, if you're hearing that's not the case, please let me know. I'll make direct contact with the school leader.
Ms. King's had her hand up for a few minutes, so let her go. before
I'm
me.
sorry, go on.
Okay, thank you, Kelly. So we keep saying, or we're saying current protocols, but what protocol do we do besides wear a mask?
We still have hand sanitizer stations around. We still encourage hand washing.
I think that's important to make sure that's.
Yeah, there's a
Okay.
layered approach that
Mhm.
we've had. We still have, as you'll see here, directions in the hallways. We have, many schools have spots where they try to keep the students, at a distance as much as possible. We understand in the classroom, we can't keep them 6 feet or 3 feet, particularly in some of our older buildings that have smaller rooms. But those that we can do, we're continuing to do. Another thing I need to make clear is when we travel with sporting events, our protocols are still in place. Regardless of where we travel, we still have masks required for our athletes when they're not participating in the event. If a school comes to us and they don't require masks, the Athletic Association has said we go with the most restrictive, so they would be expected to follow our protocols when they're here. So I want to make that clear because I've been asked a lot of questions about that.
Ms. Muse?
So last week I had a question brought to me about Valentine Exchanges, and I know that's passed, but I talked to you about that. So we can still do that, but it's cohort specific, classroom specific. We exchange Valentines and that kind of stuff, little Easter, because Easter's coming up, whatever. It's cohort specific,
Cohort meaning individual classrooms.
not grade level.
Right, as much as possible, so that if there were positive, but with the toolkit change, we may have some changes coming, but yes, you're right. We want to keep cohorts, and much of that was because of contact tracing. So based on the new guidelines, that may not be as critical as it was at one point.
And I've had lots of questions from students and from parents about prom and all that good stuff that's coming up. We're not, because it falls under that all activity.
Correct. And I'll look at our two students here and make clear that we want you guys to have a prom. So I know that rumor's out there and, girls are buying dresses and all this. We certainly want as much as we can to get their lives back to normal, being as safe as we can. So we intend to have our proms and dances and other activities under the protocols that will be in place at that time.
Thank you.
All right. Next is COVID testing. As you're aware, we opted in to test as a district. I'm so glad we participated in this because it has been really helpful to our families. So I would like to share some data with you now. So from January 18th to February, did I skip a slide? Yep. First of all, I want to give you the opt-in data. So you remember we first started, had like 800. Now we have 1,943 staff and students that have opted into testing. And I think the reason being is once someone was excluded or became symptomatic, they realized how difficult it could be, so they opted in. So we're up to 1943, which is great. And we've been able to accommodate anyone that needed testing. We've not had to turn anyone away. So the next slide will show you the testing results. We completed from January 18th through February 11th, so about 4 weeks, 1,000 COVID tests. And remember, I have to say kudos to our nurses because still we're giving medications, we're seeing sick children, all the other tests and new students coming in and checking all of that continues to go on. So in addition, they've completed 1,000 COVID tests, 611 rapid tests with a positivity rate of 21.3%, and a PCR, we've done 389 with a 33.1% positivity. All right, the next one, COVID updates on mask. As of February 4th, this shows where folks are with masking. And I believe it's changed even since this slide. All right, so the next one, I will remind you of the policy. This policy remains in effect from the General Assembly that you have to revisit the mask policy each month. So in January, you made the decision to do mask required for students and staff age 2 through grade 13, unless granted a waiver, and we've continued to get those and process those quickly. We are allowing parents to participate in that decision-making process and to be a voice at the table. Each month, you're required by general statute to revisit this decision, and it says the word shall. And Mr. Gatchell likes when it says shall because that makes it clear it's not optional, that you shall do this. And this board has done that and exceeded that. You actually met twice 1 month to revisit this process. And before I'm asked Thursday night, I would like to go ahead and share with you what my recommendation is, and then I will let Mr. Harrelson come give his recommendation along with Ms. Mack. Since the toolkit changes February 21st, you remember last month, I requested a mask required because if we were a mask required district, students only had to stay home 5 days and then we could have them back in front of their teacher. That is no longer required. So for me, the masks are now more a personal choice than ever. And I need to make clear when you're mask optional, that doesn't prohibit someone from wearing a mask if they choose. But now it does not keep children that are not symptomatic out of school, and wearing a mask really, if you're sick, you stay home. If you're well, you come to school. So my recommendation is going to be on February 21st. we go mask optional. And now I will turn it over to the health director.
I have a question of you, Dr. Miller, if I may, or
Yes, ma'am.
Madam Chair, should I wait until everyone presents themselves?
You can ask a question.
I respect your recommendation. How do you reconcile that with the positivity rate?
And I think Mr. Harrison's going to address that, but if he doesn't answer that question, I will be happy to talk about that at the end, but he's actually going to talk about that and why the going to yellow is a little different with this variant.
Yes, ma'am. But I'll still be asking you your analysis as well.
That's great. I have questions at the end, so I will address that with you at the end.
Thank you.
Right. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Thanks for giving me some time to come and talk with you. If we could advance to the next slide, please. These are taken right from the dashboard for the state cases, and the top schematic or graph is basically the 3 peaks. We've been dealing with the pandemic since 2020. And if you look at the first peak, you'll see a substantial number of mortality, because that's the lower chart. Of course, the numbers are a lot less. The scale is 40,000 for cases up top, and we're talking 140 for the top of the scale for mortality below. But you can see that before we had vaccines and a lot of our brittle population, rest home population succumb, that the deaths were higher in the first wave. Second wave, the Delta wave, deaths were very high compared to the number of cases. And then in the Omicron wave, this is basically what the medical community has been stating, that the cases really spiked because it was just so much more contagious. In one day's time, the number of cases, you can see there in the graph, are just much higher, but the mortality was still the lowest of the 3 peaks. Next slide. And here's Craven County. And we look a lot like those North Carolina charts. Those previous charts were not US, they were North Carolina. Apologize for not pointing that out. Next slide. And this is the latest chart, basically some of the information covered. I just wanted everybody to see the percentages of our school age children. So that, you know, your elementary, about 14%, and your middle and high, about 41%, and that's 2 doses are vaccinated. The next slide. Yeah. So right now, North Carolina cases per 100,000 is about 76. Craven cases are 135. And I would take this with a bit of a grain of salt, because now there's a couple of things that have happened. Testing is more prevalent in certain areas than others. Some schools are testing more, some communities are testing more, and I think we have a good level of testing here. And there's also at-home tests that a lot of people are taking now, and really none of those are being reported. Then the positivity rates for testing in North Carolina and then in Craven. And I will say, unfortunately, the hospitalizations are trending down from the state. And some of our Board of Health members are with Carolina East, and they report to our Board of Health that the severity of the illness with the Omicron wave for the inpatient population that they've had here locally is not nearly what it was in the first 2 spikes. Next slide. As you've heard already this morning, their contact tracing fallen by the wayside, and also the confirmed positives, any close contacts, that's changed. And I think that that's a push not only in North Carolina, but across the nation. And now you're running into these scenarios where you have a lot of people that have gained natural immunity because they've had the vaccine. 41% of your middle to high have been vaccinated. So then there's this sentiment that, you know, I've been vaccinated or I've had it, I really don't need to wear this mask anymore, which is a valid point. So with that change, because I've talked with some of my counterparts that if you noticed that map earlier, there are several counties in the east that have been mask optional for even through the Omicron spikes. Talked to some of my peers, and they did admit that they felt like more children were quarantined because they didn't have masks on. And I think that they had, in some instances, had to close down and go to virtual learning for a few days because they just had too many staff and students out of school. So for that point, I think that what you've done up to now was the right move. I'm sure it got close at some point on the staffing and the students at some of the schools at one point, our highest transmission rate was about 215 per 100,000. That's a 7-day rolling average. So, at those rates, it would be tough to try to keep the kids in the classroom. So I think you've taken the measures, but now the argument that you have to have a mask on if you're unvaccinated to remain in school as a close contact will be taken off the table in less than a week from now. And I do think that you'll see a move across the state because of all these variables, dropping cases, people who have had it, people who've been vaccinated, even if, I don't have a mask on. So with all of that, I will say that I would support Dr. Miller's recommendation in going mask optional on the 21st as well. Next slide. All right, here we go.
Before you step away, can I just tell you, because I know you're just like school board members coming through a pandemic, you don't hear the good stuff very much. So I just want to thank you. I know your job has been very difficult through this pandemic, and saying the truth is sometimes not popular. And doing your level best at what you are trained and educated to do is sometimes not always popular, especially in a pandemic. But appreciate you and appreciate the leadership you've shown.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the kind words. And it has not been a harmonious relationship between the Board of Education and the health directors in all the counties. And I've heard a lot from my peers. So I want to thank you for being so good to work with throughout this pandemic. Yes, ma'am.
Hey, Mr. Harrelson, thank you for your recommendation. I appreciate that.
Yes, ma'am.
We've also had a whole bunch of people that were vaccinated, right? And then they ended up getting COVID anyway.
That's correct.
So they've also, with that, kind of gotten a double whammy of immunity.
Yeah, hopefully their antibody counts are high.
Okay, all right. I just wanted to put that out there because, there's been so many people that have been vaccinated that ended up getting COVID anyway.
You're right. Vaccinated and even boosted and still turning up positive.
Thank you so much.
I have questions of him, ma'am. If I may.
Ms. Clark,
I'm sorry, ma'am.
you good?
Thank you. Again, reconcile for me our positivity rate of 23.3 in Craven County, and you suggesting or recommending that we go to mass optional.
Yes, ma'am. With that positivity rate, I think that the positivity rate in Eastern North Carolina is going to be that, truthfully, for contiguous counties. I don't believe that any of the contiguous counties are very far apart from what we're experiencing. And to know that only 10% of the people that are being placed in quarantine are turning up positive, and to know that other school systems around us, even during the peak, or even higher case counts or positivity rates, are able to go mask optional and keep the children in the classroom. I don't think that is beyond the pale or beyond reason that would be the same case here. As a matter of fact, I think it would be very much the same case.
So are you basing your recommendation on what our contiguous counties are doing, or what we have in Craven County?
Well, the honest truth of the matter is, if you're saying if you remove the mask mandate, what are my transmissions in these schools going to jump to? What's going to be the increase, I think is the question there. And I don't think that anybody can give you a good answer on that. I know that I can't. I don't have the data on the effectiveness of continuing a mask mandate in the school on the transmission in the schools. The best effort I've got to look is some of the other schools systems in the same region that have already gone mask optional and look to see what's going on there.
If the recent change had not been disseminated by the school kit, would your recommendation be the same?
Probably not.
Okay, and that's an honest answer.
Yes, ma'am.
And that's what I want. I'm not here to engage in pugilism with you, sir, but rather to get some clarification so that I can make an informed decision. I know it's hard coming in front of us, but I appreciate you too and the effort you're putting forth. So thank you.
Yes, ma'am. And I know you'll have a lot of questions asked of you, and
Yes.
you need to try to have the best answers from you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. We appreciate that.
One more, Miss.
Yes,
sorry,
ma'am.
One more.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Harrelson, how valid is it to mask our children during school when typically that is the only place a lot of them are masked? Because we all know we've had Christmas parades, we've had the bear drop, we've had the stuff in the park, we've got a parade this upcoming weekend, and we have all these activities within our community, right? So, and we all know that we take our children to these things. And when you're out, because I'm out a lot, like I'm at home this much of my day, right? So somewhere between 7:30 and 11 is when I'm at home, and then I'm in bed the rest of the time, right?
Mhm.
And I'm gone every morning by 6:30. So I'm out a lot. And when I'm out, just like you're out, I run into you at Lowe's and Food Lion and Merchants, all those places. We're not seeing children in masks in our community, right?
Mhm.
So if we don't have a mask mandate within our county, right?
That's correct.
It makes no sense to me that we are putting the public health on our youngest citizens for only 8 hours a day. I mean, if we encompass from 7:30 from the time high schoolers start till 3:30 when elementary school kids get out, right? But you know where I'm going with this, right?
Yes,
You
ma'am.
know where I'm going.
Yes, and I
Help
have,
me get there.
yeah, I have had the same questions asked, and they're valid questions. They really are tough questions to answer. And I'll say, when children initially came back to school and it was half capacity and they were wearing masks and they were doing the I call it decon on Wednesdays and sanitation. That really worked because we never really saw clusters or a lot of transmission in schools. So I think that from the CDC and the state's point, they said, okay, since they're closer now and we're not at half capacity and they're all there, that one of the tools in the toolbox is this mask. And then that guidance really did drive you towards the mask, because if little Susie didn't have the mask on and she wasn't vaccinated, then little Susie had to go home, and there was a 10% chance that she actually was going to develop COVID. So I think now that those changes have occurred, and another thing with the Omicron variant, some of the other things were taken away too, like the monoclonal antibodies. Most of them were not effective against that. So some of those treatment regimens that people enjoyed during the Delta phase were not there for Omicron. And the children are still just a low risk population. And I guess the point can be made that if you have any high risk staff, now they can be vaccinated, boosted, and also wear even a KN95 or N95 respirator for protection, even in an environment of mask option.
I'd like to share with you, if you haven't listened to the podcast from the School Board Association on moving to a mask free, it helps with some of these questions really, really well. Noting that, we also test now, they put things in place. They talk about the stage from where we were to where we are now, the justification ethically and morally for what you have to do before, but now you've got vaccinations, you've got testing available. We're offering testing, not everybody is. All the things that they spoke to be ready to move to a mask optional, we're there. And so that's a really great podcast if you haven't listened to it. Anybody else wants to listen to it, it's on the North Carolina School Board Association website. So thank you.
Right.
And I'm glad that we have come to this point, because it has taken our focus off academics,
It has.
which is what we should be focusing on. We have been talking about mask and, optional and mask mandate. And I know we're tired, we want what's best, but we still need, and if this is going to help us to keep our children in school, I mean, going optional is not going to keep them out of school with the new guidelines. And we can begin really focusing more on the academics, which is what we need to do. We need to focus more on our academics because our children are behind just like all other places. But we are concerned about what's going on in Craven County right now. And whatever steps that we can take to get our focus more on academics than on mask. And I think that's what we need to do. Because we've been up and down with this for the last 2 years, so to speak. So it's time for us to get refocused. I mean, we're focused, but I think that all of our energy need to be more on academics than the fuss that going back for on masks, which is what we have done. No fault of our own. It's nobody's fault. We all are trying to do the right thing. And that's what's best for our children. And so I'm glad we can with the guidelines and all that we can see something. But it's been a journey.
And I think it's a CDC change to try to go to an endemic versus a pandemic.
Right.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your input. We appreciate that.
Okay, it's my turn. As your district lead nurse in the Craven County Schools, we've maintained the focus to keep our staff and students healthy and safe. The staff, students, board members, parents, school leaders, and community stakeholders, as I have said in past board meetings, we've looked at COVID from a different lens. You've heard this before. And as you've heard from our health director, he has provided guidance and recommendations through his leadership. Our focus has been to look at mitigation strategies, such as the options for people to have to be vaccinated, testing, mask, social distancing when appropriate. And obviously, if you're sick, to remain at home. Our school nurses will continue to play an important role as we move forward to monitor and report any data that's possibly related to this virus or should a future variant decide to show their ugly head. As your district lead nurse, this is my recommendation to the board. I recommend that we follow the guidelines and recommendations of Scott Harrelson, our health director, with masking and contact tracing, with going mask optional. I support mask options with the following guidance and awareness. If you're in a crowded indoor setting and the community continues to be in a highly transmission risk, you have the option to wear your mask. If you can maintain social distancing, such as through virtual meetings, hallways, lounges, conferences. Follow that option. Close contact is still defined as less than 6 feet for 15 minutes or more for a cumulative of 24 hours. That has not changed. As stated by Mr. Harrelson, there is no guarantee that we may not spike again. However, we do know that we've acquired immunity in our schools. We have ventilations in our schools. You have the option to stay home while you're sick. You still have the option to mask. And you have the option to be vaccinated should it be your choice. Testing in schools has played a big role with these strategies. 1,000 tests that our nurses and their backup staffs have completed since the 18th of January. Our community has depended on that, and we delivered just as we said we would. Even when some of our schools we thought had lots of transmission going and we were having to watch very closely, we remained open. I would like to thank the backup staff, such as principals, assistant principals, guidance counselors, teachers, TAs, bus drivers, that rose to the challenge and backed up our nurses for testing. So when we had COVID, did not discriminate on our nurses either. And when they had sickness, we never had to stop testing in the schools. And I think that has been very important in our commitment. And I think it's been very important in keeping our schools open and keeping our children safe. It's also reduced a lot on our community, our medical community. And I think we will continue to do that moving forward. This has been a challenging time for all. And with your respect and dignity, I would like to thank you. And as always, we are #Craven County Schools United.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Mack.
Appreciate you.
So Ms. Clark, I will go back to your question. I believe the great job we have done with testing has increased our positivity because many of the students were exposed and maybe mildly symptomatic, may not have ordinarily been tested, but because of the ease of being able to do that in schools, we actually had a high positivity rate. In addition, we know this variant, if you'll remember, I think last month, the original one was 1 to 1, then 1 to 5, this one's 1 to 15. So if we waited till we got to yellow, it would be quite some time. And I believe we would keep children masked for a long period of time. And really, other than possibly preventing it, and I know there's arguments on both sides, it no longer impacts kids being in school. We're going back to if you're sick, stay home. If you're well, come to school. So that's why my recommendation has changed. And the positivity doesn't align with the yellow, but I'm still recommending optional. Any other questions for me? And you don't need to take action on this until Thursday night, but I wanted you to know up front our recommendations because, we had conversation yesterday and we are all of one accord on this. So I wanted to give you time to think about it and talk with your folks and the people you represent so that you can be prepared Thursday to vote on the mask policy. Any other questions?
Did you have a question? Anybody else? Thank you, Dr. Miller.
All right, thank you.
I think you up next.
I am on the next 3 times.
I think the next one is the mask policy, and I would like to defer that until Thursday.
Okay.
To actually take a vote on that.
Okay. Well, now it's JT Barber. School year round calendar.
And Ms. Phillips is here. As you're aware, JT Barber, as part of their school improvement plan, requested and you guys granted us several years ago to be a year-round school in order to help performance. There's all kinds of research saying kids not having a long summer break and retention is helpful. And then the pandemic struck. We never really got to correlate their schedule to student performance, but I believe she has a gut feeling about what she saw happening. And it comes to you today to discuss not necessarily requesting to go to that calendar, but the process that she is going to take and then bring it back to the board in March, depending on the results, to once again request a year-round calendar at JT Barber. So I will turn it over to you.
Good morning, board.
Good morning.
Good morning.
So as Dr. Miller shared with you all, we transitioned to year-round schooling 2 years ago. And we never got to fully complete year-round schooling due to the pandemic. In fact, in March, we transitioned home just like everyone else did. But we did see the results early on of being year-round schooling with just our students being in school, them being able to have some mental breaks throughout, our teachers having some mental breaks throughout, and our students being able to retain information. We also partnered with Boys and Girls Club at that time. So during that 3-week intersession, that they would care for our students on our campus during that time to relieve parents of childcare at that time, if they so choose. And so with that, we did see the benefits of our students progressing. As you will note with the latest EVOS data, JT Barber, we met growth in all areas, K through 5. And so we were very proud about that. So this year, when we transitioned and we said for the following year, we would go with the traditional calendar, but we also stated that we wanted to go back to year-round schooling once we were able to get the pandemic under control. And I think at this time, we're doing the best that we can to get the pandemic under control. And, you know, it's here. So we just got to press forward. And so we would like to reconsider, would like the board to reconsider JT Barber transitioning back to year-round schooling. I think we'll take the same process as we have done then, is to get a survey from the teachers, from the people who actually work in the building. We're going to do a survey to the parents. We've already done a survey with our staff. We've done a survey with our parents. We've done a digital, and we've also sent home a hard copy survey. And so we're getting that information. We're beginning to gather that information. The next step would also be to get with Drea Nixon of Boys and Girls Club to see if she would continue. They are on our campus. She is working with us, but to see if she would be able to have the staff to provide during those 3-week intercessions, simply because I know that they've had a struggle also with maintaining staff. We would also take a look at having a meeting with parents face-to-face once we get all the information, to share additional information with parents about how year-round schooling is going to run. When we did it previously, we did the 3-week intercession. We did 1 week with full intervention for our students, any of our students that wanted to attend. So they came, and then we did the 2 weeks off. We'd like the board to consider using the same protocol, the same schedule that we did then as we move forward.
I just have one question.
Yes, ma'am.
Sounds good. Do you have an alternate plan just in case the boys club cannot do it this time?
We do not.
Okay, so that would be something that, just in case, we hope they can, but if they're short of staff, like you said, and they may not be able, for whatever reason.
Yes, ma'am.
And so I would feel more comfortable if you could think of an alternate plan, just in case.
Yes,
It may not be, we may not need one, but just in case it does happen.
You mean if the Boys and Girls Club can't
Right,
do the
mhm.
job? Okay.
Right, with the boys and club. Mr. Alpha?
Be the projected time if things fall into place of going to year-round.
So it's going to be a quick turnaround. We started in July. The last time we did it, we started in July. And then we did our 6 weeks, and then we had our 3-week intercession. So when the traditional calendar starts in August, we would have already been in school for approximately 2.5 weeks already.
Thank you.
I'm an old school year-round person. So I would just want to encourage you, yes, but I would really encourage you to consider some sort of enrichment, because the truest year round is when you have both remediation and enrichment, especially in a school population that you have, where a lot of those children have never been to an art museum, have never experienced Trinity Center, experience the ocean and marine life and those sorts of things. And so there's all kinds of enrichment opportunities that as you move forward, I'd really like for some, even if it's just a day or two of those other weeks, some form of enrichment, because the only way you get hope is when you know there's something out there, right? So enrichment's a really important piece of a true year-round school, but I bless you and absolutely have my support for sure.
And just as a proponent of year-round, I think it's wonderful. Doesn't preclude what J.T. Barber does, but I would also hope that year-round is eventually opened up for other schools as well. Just a wonderful program. But I agree also with Mrs. Smith about there being enrichment offered as well. But good job, and you have my support.
Absolutely.
Ms. King?
I ditto everything that has been said. My question is, and I definitely agree. I've never been able in the position to participate in year-round school, but I do believe it has its value. My question to you as a school leader is, what if we were to say no? Okay, what would be your plan B?
Then we're gonna go on the traditional
Okay,
calendar.
and so what I meant by that, I know you're gonna do the traditional calendar. Excuse me, I didn't phrase that correctly. What will you do differently with the traditional calendar if we said no to year-round school?
I don't think I need some more clarity on
and
your
that's-
answer.
Okay, so
Your question,
we
sorry.
met growth,
Yes.
which is good. We want to continue to meet and exceed growth.
Yes.
We believe and we hope that year-round school will help provide the support that we need for meeting and exceeding growth. But if we can't do year-round school, what are we going to do so that our students can continually grow?
Well, I mean, we're gonna do exactly what we've been doing. We're
Okay.
gonna show up, we're gonna do the interventions, we're gonna have our teachers in the building, we're gonna love on our kids, we're gonna reach out to support from our parents. I mean, the data drives exactly what it is we're gonna do. I can't tell you today what we're gonna begin doing in August, because we're gonna have a different crop of kids when August comes. And the data is going to be different when we come back to school in August. So really, it just depends. I mean, we're going to pick up where we left off with the strategies that we put in place, the small groups that we already have. But then we need to take a look at what we have when we return in
Okay,
August.
and I want to make sure that you understand, I'm not trying to put you on the spot. I just know that we always need to be thinking, what if this plan doesn't work? Then, what will be our next step? What is an alternate, that we can do? Because there's probably some different things that we can do that we hadn't thought about. So just so we can start thinking of what can we continue to do and what can we do differently to support our students when we do have them. And I think Mr. Dove and Dr. Miller had something.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mr. Dove, then Mr. Dr. Miller.
What teachers are you lacking in your school right now?
What
Subjects?
I am currently lacking EC, second, fourth, and fifth.
So right now they're being filled by subs or yourself and others in the
A
room.
combination of all of that.
Would going year round alleviate or stress or that gap in educators in your school? Do you think it'll be more attractive to bring educators there?
It has its benefits, but I'm just concerned in general with staffing, where we are right now with the pandemic. I mean, I'm just concerned in general with staff, and I can't say that year round is going to make it. Everybody wants to flock to J.T. Barber. I don't have an answer for that.
Miss Dr., are you finished? Mr. Dove, have another question.
I'll be finished. I said, I'll be finished.
Oh, you good? We're not rushing you.
I was just thinking,
Just
but
thinking.
I'm good.
Okay, and we'll come back to you, Dr. Miller.
And I was going to kind of address what Mr. Dove was talking about. With the year-round calendar, we certainly hope it would recruit folks who enjoyed that calendar. And as I've shared with the board before, teacher vacancies remain a high concern across the district during this time. I discussed about the master teacher program, recruiting teachers to go to high-need schools. So I intend to do that beginning in the spring, and to have folks that are interested. And there would be a signing bonus and then a performance bonus when they help the school, which I believe they will continue to do, reach growth and exceed growth. And Ms. Phillips is not going to be one to brag, but I can tell you in a difficult time, the growth they made was amazing. So my answer for her would be, we're going to keep doing what we're doing because it's working. So they have coaches in place, because I sat with Mr. Griffin and I said, tell me what happened here. And he could tell me everything they were doing. The coach went in there and supported that. What did they do in science? This is what happened. So they have a lot of great strategies in place. This would just be, as I've heard it put before, the icing on the cake. They've got the cake batter mixed and ready. This would just put the icing on the cake. So again, we plan to help her recruit. That has been a issue, not just in our district, across the nation with folks wanting to teach right now. So what I would ask the board is continued support. And I would ask the commissioners for continued support to make Craven County Schools be a place where teachers want to come and teach. We reward that both financially, but also give them the resources they need to make a difference in the lives of our students in Craven County Schools. So that is my commitment to Ms. Phillips and to all of our principals to keep helping them staff their schools and providing resources.
Ms. Appa?
Just a quick question about
Thank you.
volunteers.
Yes, sir.
How are you being supported now by the volunteer community?
We don't have any right now. We had a very strong support with Garber. And then when we closed the schools due to COVID, they kind of backed away simply because we closed our schools. But they are itching at the bits to get back in. So as soon as all of this is taken care of, they will be another support for us.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Ms. Phillips, you have our support.
Thank you.
We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Keep up the good work.
And I think there's two more items. There's one from me, and then the board skipped an item before break about your board meetings for next year, if you want to consider having locations, and then I will be happy to develop a calendar if the board chooses to do that. But before that, I just wanted to bring to the board's attention, one of the ways we support our teachers is providing professional development. And you know, in the school calendar, you have professional development days built in the calendar. And Craven County Schools has noted some of those as school staff development because they need that PLC time, they need time to do PDSA with their data, et cetera. But we also have district days so that we can make sure we're aligned across the district. So if Mr. Silvera would pull up the attachment here, I just wanted to show you an example of the amazing work being done in C&I with professional development is best when it's customized to meet the needs of the teachers. All of the educators here, and I'm sure family members have told you the time they've sat through and they were like, well, that didn't apply to me. So C&I is doing a great job of trying to make PD that aligns with the direct work of the classroom teachers. These are the workshops we are offering on the 22nd. Keep scrolling, keep scrolling. All of those, and they're highlighted by grade level. We have things specific to music teachers, things specific to art teachers, elementary, middle, science teachers, and they're all being led by internal folks. So I just wanted to show the board that even in the tough times of COVID, we still believe our teachers need professional development. We believe we all need professional development to align with our goal of continuous improvement. I just wanted to show you an example of how we're customizing professional development for our teachers on the 22nd.
Good, thank you.
Great job. Yeah.
And before we do the other one, I would like to know from our student representative and our and Mr. Eastwood, if you all would like any comments or anything that we've gone over that you've heard and anything, question that you might have.
You know, I want to, on the year-round school thing, I did kind of want to talk on that and the code a little bit. For the year-round school, she talked about the partnership that she had with
Boys and girls.
with the Boys and Girls Club.
Mhm.
And just, let's say that you guys don't go with the year-round thing, you know, don't give up on that resource.
Mhm.
You know, you can still use that during the summer months and also give her more time to plan
Mhm.
and work out something with the Boys and Girl Club to make an incentive for both of them. You know, we can focus on this subject because we know that we're lacking in this subject in the school. If she has somebody at the Boys and Girls Club that may want to be a math teacher or a science teacher, let's get that person in there and focus on that because you can use it as a two-way. It's beneficial for everybody because you know, let's be honest, that's kind of what everything in this day and age is kind of what's in it for me. So just don't give up on that resource, you know, for that. And also with the COVID thing, thank you guys. I know what you guys do, you know, from the nursing side, the doctor side, you know, Dr. Miller, from a board side, it's not easy. We do appreciate the hard work and the diligence that you guys put in. But like Madam Chair said, let's, you know, let's get back to what's important. That's the academics. I'm from, you know, the western part of Craven County. And I think that getting back to that academic part is what is going to help our school system to try to keep some of our kids in the public school system, not venturing out. Because I coach at the high school, I coach at the youth organization, you know, football, basketball, and baseball. And I can tell you guys from somebody that sees, you know, all the demographics, we are going to lose a certain part to private schools. So,
Thank you. Appreciate that input. Thank you so much. Tyrese Gardner, I know you got something to say. I've been knowing you said you were a baby. You ain't never that worse.
I like to go back to what Dr. Miller was saying about prom situation and about schools. Since I am a senior in high school, that to give more leeway to what the things that we can do, because we are just waiting for that one word to get the information out. I know as student body president at my school, I know we're trying to get ideas to go around and trying to let students know, but they're asking questions that we cannot answer at this time. And we are worried about, you know, something being vice versa in the outside world of saying, well, why can't we do this? Or why do we have to wear a mask? And that's that thing that, you know what I'm saying, everybody does not want to touch on. It is getting harder and harder to make decisions and give students the proper regular school experience they truly need.
Thank you for that. And I believe every person sitting up here wants that for you.
Okay.
I would just like to respond to that very quickly. Make you happy. As soon as the word prom came up, Mr. Lee, so he knows.
That's why I was specific, because I thought when I said all activities, but I know from experience, I needed to call out particular ones. So the prom is on.
Okay. I've been worn out about prom, okay? Been worn out. So, I mean, there were parent groups last year that put on, you know, proms. And I supported that. So if everything goes haywire and we have to figure something else out, just call me. I'll help you figure something else out. But right now, yeah, prom's a big deal.
Did you have something to tell? You good?
I would just like to say thank y'all for doing so much for us, because with the year we've had, it's just been so hard as student leaders. I'm a student leader in probably just about every organization at West Craven High School. Got a lot on my plate. So I just like to say thank y'all for trying to get us back to normal as we can be. Because it's just been so hard trying to plan all these events that we really can't do for the students and the freshmen we have coming in. Like, I'm a big part of FFA at my high school, and they don't get to experience like what we get to do and like the pleasures of getting to do that. So I'd just like to say thank y'all to getting us back to normal.
Okay. Appreciate your comments. Dr. Miller?
And just another couple of comments. I do appreciate that this board listens to the voice of stakeholders. The most important voices to me are the students at the table. And because this is our why. It should be. Every day, this should be the reason that we all are called to do what we're called to do. And listening to their voices, wanting them to have a normal high school experience. We've learned from this pandemic the importance of social and emotional connections with one another, and how missing that, how detrimental it can be to adults, but particularly to students. So I look so forward again to going in the schools and seeing their smiles and seeing them interacting and engaging with one another, because we can all share experiences we've had where some of the best learning we had was because of people we were around, not necessarily from a book, but from people. So I appreciate you being willing to advocate for your school and for your peers. So this is why we do what we do, because they're going to be our future.
Okay.
One other comment about JT Barber, I do want the board to be aware. My only concern, I want to make sure we align with the calendar law, and I will leave that up to Mr. Gatchell to give any input he has, advice in closed session. Also, we have to think about if students, I would hope students would want to come there as well as teachers, but if they do want to leave JT Barber, previously they could go to Trent Park. Trent Park is busting at the seams, so that may not be an option. So we would need to make that clear to families that, you know, because of the closeness of our schools in New Bern, it may not be an issue, but we may actually have to split where the students go because of capacity issues. So I wanted to be totally transparent with the board and make you aware of that. But if we proceed with that, we would certainly work to determine where that would be.
Ms. King, and then Mr. Alpert.
I'm sorry, I do apologize. I want to go back to the professional development sessions. I've been sitting here scrolling up and down, and I am an educator and instruction is paramount with me. However, I do think, that we need to address, and you alluded to it just then, some social emotional behavior type PD in our classes, for one reason, because we're getting, and we're grateful to get a lot of people who are not educationally, don't have that educational background, may not have done the student teaching, and, you know, were there in the trenches with us as we dealt with those things. And now that COVID has happened and other things have happened and behaviors are becoming more layered, we need some help. Our teachers need some help.
And I agree with that. And Cabinet has been discussing that. We are actually going to Wilmington to take a look at some options that I will be bringing to the board to provide those supports to teachers, but also to some needy students that is difficult to meet their needs in the setting they're in. So we're going to bring options to the board about doing something innovative. Next year, we just got to think about a site, because it's a good problem to have that our schools are full, but it kind of limits us to do some of the creative things that I would like to do. And we've kind of run this by several folks, and we have some support. So figuring out how to make that happen, not only development for teachers, but meet the needs of our students who all can't be met in the traditional classroom.
Thank you.
Okay. Anybody have any more? Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Alpert.
Relative to JT Barber and the school law, calendar law, we qualified JT Barber as a special school, special circumstances, and that's how we were able to go to year-round 2 years ago, 3 years ago. Unfortunately, we had to pull back from that. I'm guessing that there's nothing in our pulling back that gave us the automatic approval to continue.
That's what I want legal guidance on.
Okay.
Gotcha.
The second thing is, because of their incredible success, we may have lost our foundation. That was our argument. We're going to year-round. I totally support year-round in that school. In my view, what I have seen and witnessed is when a school becomes special, everything happens. Oaks Road, the New Tech Academy, the energy is just in that fact, and it pulls people. It pulls highly qualified people, people taking interest. The regeneration is excellent, and it leads directly to student performance. Seems to me like they're doing a lot of that right now.
And that's why I wanted to be clear that they've done a lot of great work. Let's remember the state model, though, is 80% proficiency, 20% growth. So while they did an amazing job, that doesn't necessarily mean it will pull them out of the low performance. And I plan to, there's a lot to celebrate with student growth from last year. I plan to do a presentation in March to show you school by school some amazing things that happen in our buildings. Because if students are behind, you're not going to get to the proficiency until you exceed growth. That's what's going to get you to the proficiency. And if you're following the state superintendent, she is making the recommendation that our whole performance system is revamped and that we look at college and career readiness, that there's a lot of things that students are successful doing that is not accounted for in our current accountability system. To our community, that should be important, that our students are ready to go to the world of work. So we continue, I sit on several committees. CTE is this is CTE month. They will be providing your lunch today, and I guarantee you it will be as good as any restaurant where you had a paid lunch. So we have great things happening that is not celebrated enough and does not show up in our accountability plan, that I also want to take the opportunity each month to, so that both the board and the community can hear. We are offering things that I think that the public school system should be everyone's choice, of course, but that we offer great opportunities for our students. If they want to go to college, they have that opportunity. But if they want to go to work in our community, I want them to be prepared equally for that opportunity as well.
You were mentioning about Trent Park. When you said I didn't clearly understand you. Were you saying if JT Barber went year round that it may be an influx of students wanting to go to Trent Park? Was that the point you were making?
The last time we did this, parents could opt out if they did not want the calendar, or parents could go to JT Barber. If they opted out, they went to Trent Park.
Okay.
And now that would not be an option
Gotcha.
if we had
I thought
a number
that's
of
what you
students, because we've had to build an additional classroom in the media
And
center.
Oaks Road wouldn't have been an alternative?
And it may be, but we need to make sure we're transparent with parents where they'd be going. And it may be that they have to go to 2 schools to accommodate, depending on how many students and families want to opt out. I just wanted to be
But
totally
there was
transparent.
no influx of students coming in when they went year round. They
That is-
only went out.
That is correct. There
Okay.
may have been a few families, but it was not equal. There were more
Right.
that decided to opt out. And we hope that, sometimes it's the unknown. So the better we are at sharing that opportunity and the things that will happen, particularly if we have acceleration opportunities, because I totally agree with Ms. Smith. The one thing that I think we do a good job is remediation, but some of the best remediation is acceleration. Where they found success, I believe, is teachers sit down and pre-teach lessons. They talk about what's to come. They build on that foundation of science. So then when they have that science lesson, they remember seeing that at the aquarium. So I think acceleration and remediation are not necessarily always two different things. They're just an approach to meet whatever the needs of students are.
Anybody else? Okay, first of all, the heat
It is
is
cold.
It's cold in here.
I've not touched it. I was
Okay.
hot earlier, but I didn't touch it.
And while we're adjusting the heat, let's take a 10 minutes break, please.
Oh, we're taking a break. Okay.
Hope everybody had a great break. I know I did. We all needed it. And so we are ready to get back to finish up the rest of our business for today. And we need to take another break later. Okay, and in communicating with the board shortly before a few minutes during the break.
Yes,
We have,
I had to ask a question and I just think it'll be fitting at this moment. We know just from historically that our public comments have been for mask and optional. And since this has started, I'm catching my breath, y'all. I was running. But since this has started, I've always agreed with our nurses in the health department. So I just thought it would save time if I made the motion now for mask optional. So Thursday, we can be more on education. I need to exercise.
amen.
I'll second it.
Yes,
Okay.
can we make clear that optional, my recommendation was beginning the 21st to align with the toolkit change.
Okay, well, I would like to make the motion to make mask optional starting on the 21st to align with the toolkit.
Second.
It has been moved and second that we would have, it would be mask optional beginning February 21st to align with the toolkit. You already had it, I got a second? Are you ready for the question?
Do you want to roll call it?
Yeah, we want to do a roll call vote.
All right, roll call vote. Again, mask optional, beginning the 21st of February. Ms.
All right, any
Francis,
discussion? We're ready to vote. Okay.
Ms. Francis Boomer,
I'm sorry. Yes.
Ms. Naomi Clark,
Yes.
Mr. Victor Dove,
Yes.
Mr. Carl Ipoh,
Yes.
Ms. Stephanie King,
Yes.
Ms. Kelly Muse,
Absolutely, yes.
Ms. Kimberly Smith.
Yes.
Madam Chair, I think for the first time you have 100% agreeing on the mask.
Okay.
The mask.
Can I add
policy
something?
beginning February 21st.
And the reason being we have so many passionate parents that I respect their passion and their opinions and their views, even though a lot of times they didn't align with mine. So I figured by making this vote today, that would give them the opportunity. If they still want to come, we welcome them, but it'll just give us all an opportunity to speak and express our passions on other things since we're at this point now.
Right.
Thank you.
All right, so we will begin mass optional February 21st, 2022.
And Ms. Wagner also in that message will share the new toolkit as far as contact tracing that if your child is sick, they stay home, but we will not be calling every day saying who was around who. That's no longer required. And I agree with the getting back to the business, nurses can focus on testing and supporting children and staff members that are sick rather than keeping lists to contact trace. So I appreciate the confidence of the board in us doing that and getting back to more kids in COVID.
Okay, thank you. We will begin with the Board of Education meetings for the 2021st, 2022 school year. And if you will look, you would see that the dates for the work sessions and the meetings are already here. Our first meeting began July 15th. And, you know,
That's actually this year, Chairman Boomer.
Oh.
To give you a reference point, we have not developed a calendar, waiting for input from the board if you so choose to have community meetings at any of these.
so that's what we really want, the community meeting, right?
Yes, ma'am, that was a request of a board member to have that discussion.
Okay, I think that was Ms. Clark. So you would like to lead that discussion?
Yes,
Clark?
ma'am. And it wasn't, I don't want to equivocate it. It wasn't in my mind a community meeting.
Okay.
It was to provide more access to the stakeholders across county. My suggestion is, because time is of the essence, is that we not start until September or that calendar year. And I'm not suggesting, Madam Chair, that we have one every month and have a lot, but I am suggesting that at least one meeting can be at the Havelock Performing Arts Center. At least one meeting can be at West Craven. And the reason being is to provide access to all of our stakeholders. Now, it's my understanding that prior to my becoming a board member, that had been done in the past. And if we talk about accessibility, one of the reasons that our great capital was moved from New Bern to Raleigh was to provide access. The analogy being, again, is that our mission is to provide access to all our stakeholders and to give them opportunity to participate. Some folk might say, well, they're not going to come. But we don't know that. We don't know that. So all I'm suggesting, board members, is that's something to consider.
And we haven't ever had, at least while I've been here, we haven't ever had actual meetings at the other end, but we have had like when redistricting and topics, so you
Yeah,
can have
that's what I was
community
saying.
meetings in those areas, but we've
Thank
never
you.
actually had, but I like
For
the
long
idea.
range Facility plan, stuff like
Yeah,
that.
stuff like that, we would have it the options, but I actually like once a year bringing Havelock and once a year bringing West Craven.
And then the remainder of the year, my suggestion is that we have the remainder of the year in New Bern. But at least this is something novel, something to provide, again, accessibility to all of our stakeholders.
Mr. Ipoc?
Just to add, because we have done this before in times past, but, and in some cases, we were very disappointed because we have all the administration come as well as the board to be able to support the meeting, that the attendance was not as good as we would have hoped. However, I think we know now that we're in a different day in
Yes, sir.
terms of people being interested in what's going on at the Board of Education. And for that reason, I wholly support the idea of trying a reach out one more time.
I think we're in agreement that we could, I'm sorry, Ms. Muse.
The only question I have, I guess it would be a Mr. Silvera or Mr. Freeble question. For us to do that at a different location, I'm all for doing it at a different location because, you know, it's inclusion. Would we have technical difficulties? Would be good?
What do you say?
As long as the internet's good.
Oh,
Oh, okay.
good.
The only other thing that when I look at the calendar is that we need to add the December meeting or after on the election years, you always, to me, want to add that required meeting in December for where you swear in your new board members, because that's a set date on election years. So when we generate that calendar, that would be my suggestion, is adding that date as well.
Madam Chair, if I may recommend, we develop a calendar and bring it to the board next month. And September, have the meeting in Havelock, January, West Craven, and May, we already have one at a school, you know, the awards. So that would be the 3 locations. And then we'll go ahead and put that out there early. So we will work on bringing a calendar for board meetings for 22-23 school year and bring it to the board next month.
Okay, that'd be fine.
Thank you.
What you said, we're talking about Havelock, we're talking about West Craven, Havelock even, right?
And right, and then in May, we already have one at Grover that's outside of this building.
Okay, so are we gonna begin like at the beginning or?
September would be my recommendation at Havelock. January at West Craven, that kind of leaves the same number of months between, and then May at Grover for the Newburgh community that's outside of this building.
Do you mind if we switch, Miss, for Havelock? I'm being selfish. Because I will not be present. I won't be on the board in January.
Is that all right?
And
with
if
you,
we're gonna
Ms.
have it
Martin?
in West Craven, I would like to have the opportunity to do that.
We will make that switch.
Thank you. Well, I was honest.
Look, she's giving up time, she deserves it.
I deserve that, Dr. Diggs. I saw your head. Thank you. So at this time, we're going with the Dr. Patrick. Is that you, Dr. Patrick, up next? Okay. Well, you look lovely in your pink and green today. if I must say so.
Beautiful. Thank you. My Valentine was given me.
All right, good morning. So this morning, I'm going to be updating you regarding a policy for private therapy providers. This policy has been drafted by EC Legal Counsel with additional input by the School Boards Association. Okay, and I'm presenting this policy for first read. Okay.
So we've never had a policy on this.
In my opinion, this is my opinion, it has been under the facilities use is kind of where it typically falls when it comes to different providers, therapists, or other individuals working within the school. It's under facilities use, but we don't have a specific policy for this particular topic.
Gotcha.
You have any questions about this policy? I read it last night. I'm sure you all did too.
I have a couple.
Yes, ma'am, Ms. Muse?
So Ms. King and I both received the same concerns, and I
I
know you
did too.
guys, and I know you guys have too. So we know that our EC students require sometimes more services, right, than what we're able to provide them with, right? So is there any way, like, for like this ABA stuff, and I'm flying kind of blind with some of this stuff.
Me too, that's why I keep reading.
So can we, can we find out what the legal references are to help guide us with some of this? And are we looking at possibly contracting our own providers to cover some of this stuff? And then one of the questions I was asked is, what are children who are supposed to receive both 20 hours of ABA and FAPE, F-A-P-E? How can they do both if school is 8 to 3 and providers close at 6 and kids go to bed by 8? Because, you know, that's scheduling issues, right? So how can we work together with these families to accomplish meeting needs?
Okay, so first, I'll start by saying we do have the responsibility to meet the educational needs of all of our students. And then also, when it comes to the private therapies, many are medical necessities, which is very different than an educational necessity. And I'm quite certain Mr. Gatchell can chime in here when it comes to the legal ramifications and legal responsibilities.
I guess my question may be a little similar to Ms. Muse, because, you know, we're reading our correspondence here, and for lack of knowledge in the EC world, for me, I really don't know what to ask other than, if we can't do this, what can we do? Because you know, we're all big on personalized education for each and every student, differentiating instruction for students to meet their needs, academic and behavior needs. We have behavior maps for students and all those, you know, things that we try to layer the support. So what's in our wheelhouse to do?
Okay, and so we do offer a full continuum within Craven County. And so every case depends on the specific needs of the child. But we do offer things like, we have students that have a one-to-one, so it is one person with that student for behavioral needs and for medical needs. And so that is something that we already provide. I hate to give the specific number, but I would say we have about 20 caregivers in our district, if not more, that provide one-on-one support for students. When it comes to our approach for students with autism or students with behavioral needs, we're aligned with the teach model out of Chapel Hill, but that's also just one model. And so we don't only use one specific model, but that is the one that primarily our work is based on. But again, everything goes back to the specific needs of each child.
Okay, so with the one-on-one, and now that you said that, I remember having students that had, somebody with them all day. What is the difference between them having a one-on-one person and the therapist?
Okay, so the work of the ABA therapist, and I'm using ABA because that has been a request that we've had.
Right.
That is therapy. And so an ABA therapist does provide, it's behavioral therapy. Most similar, and I'm not a psychologist, I'm not an ABA therapist, but in my mind, it is very similar to classical conditioning or positive reinforcement. It heavily relies on positive reinforcement, but it is a specific type of therapy. When it comes to the behavior support, for us in Craven County Schools, that is an IEP decision, and that goes back to the student needs. And so it would be a student might have a behavioral goal in their IEP that the one-on-one is working with the student regarding behavioral goals within their IEP. We also do have students who have a medical one-on-one, and there are students who have medical needs. Their one-on-one might actually be a CNA who is providing, again, that medical assistance for the student. But it all goes back to that individual student and what the needs are within their IEP. And sometimes that might be a change that's necessary in the IEP, but every student is different.
So, sorry.
I know you're probably thinking the same thing I'm thinking, right? I think
So where my mind is. Okay. So if we have a student that has this need, we're suggesting, or we're saying that in order for this service to be provided, it needs to be provided outside of the public education. It needs to be provided outside of the school day. No?
I'm confused now.
No.
Not that's grand.
I'm a little older. I forget faster.
Okay, so my question, I guess maybe correlate with Ms. King's, is that if this student has this service and it's covered by private insurance, is it possible for this person to be able to come into the school to assist, or maybe the teacher can then pick up skills to be able to help manage the issues throughout the day through observation? Is that
I'm
possible?
thinking that maybe these are things that we need to be talking about in closed session.
So I just want to be clear, we're talking about hypothetical situation, not a specific.
Right. Hypothetically.
Hypothetical situation. So, let me just say, federal law is reasonably clear on this point.
Okay.
And your policy is seeking to relate to all circumstances. But remember, every individual circumstance will have to be evaluated on its individual facts and circumstances, and how those facts and circumstances relate to very complex federal law and regulation and state law and regulation, and that how those two interact, the individual facts and circumstances and the very, very complex federal law and regulations will more than likely be evaluated by your specialist EC attorneys. Does that make sense? So your policy, your broad policy is what, in my view, is codifying what you're already doing and what the law likely provides.
Mhm.
I'm not going to give you my legal advice out here.
Mhm.
I'm going to give you my legal advice in closed session. But generally, hypothetically speaking, that is the process in a hypothetical situation that we may work our way through.
Mr. Dove?
In a nutshell, this here is stating basically, because it seems that a lot of us not getting, this is basically stating the school provides all the services that any child with needs. Parents, you do not have the right to bring your private doctors to us to allow them to provide the services that we offer, but you can bring them to our IEP or 504 meeting if you like, and they can collaborate with our contracted services that we have.
In layman's terms, that's very similar to what's being said, yes.
What I caution that a nutshell cannot describe the complexities of federal and state law and regulation in this area.
Glad we have you.
There needs to be an individualized determination for each of those circumstances.
So we were talking about legal advice. Seems like to me that we have already gotten legal advice, did we not? Because this policy was drawn up by recommended by the attorney, right?
Yes, ma'am. Our EC attorney, Eva, with Darrington and Smith. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And reviewed by the School Boards Association, their attorneys. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay.
I guess because I'm still not, I understand the legal and I appreciate the legal. I'm not talking about the legal. I'm talking about what can we do then? If not this, then what? Because we have a responsibility. It says here with special needs, the supplemental aids and services they need. So everybody's need is not the same. So what are we doing or what can we do to support the need of our students?
In addition to what?
In addition, right, because if we have this and it's not working, then is there something else that we haven't thought of? Or is there something else that we can implement that is not going against legality? Definitely not, but that could support what our student needs, because my needs might be different from Mr. Oppak's needs.
So
And
for
in a
all,
classroom, I gotta provide 32 different needs sometimes.
so for all of our students that this request has been made for, and we have had a total of about 4 requests. They're working through their IEP team to determine the needs of the student and updating the IEP to reflect that.
Okay, I guess I just won't be satisfied.
This is first reading, so it goes forward to next month for us to think about. We all want to do everything humanly possible.
Absolutely.
But at the same time, I pause because there's a reason no other districts do it, and the lawyers, advise against it. So I'd be curious what he says. But EC has got to be one of the most challenging areas in public education. I appreciate that you're leading it, and it's just tough.
It is
we all want to do
tough.
everything humanly possible.
And it also brings in the case of liability in certain situations. So what do we do? And so it's a lot to it, but we also, like Ms. King said, we do want to meet the individual need of the student. And it's tough. And so this is a first reading, and so we have time to, right. So that's why I said we probably need some of this stuff. We probably need to talk about in closed session. Mr. Dole.
Oh, yeah, I was saying this is a first read, but from my small time here, after we have our first read, we come to another meeting and accept it. So I thought this is the time to discuss it. And I wanted to, but I need to understand, because if we're going to accept it, I was under the assumption after the IEP or the 504 meeting and a need is determined that we as a school system meet that need. But I'm hearing from Ms. Stephanie, I respect her opinion because she's a teacher. Are there needs not being met by the schools? And there's a need for parents to feel that they have to bring their own private doctors in to fulfill that need? Is there a gap? Is there any complaints of gaps? Because isn't that what you're referring to? Not being able to meet the need through the IEP?
Because I think what happens sometimes is that we're limited in what we can do.
Is that-
Even as an EC teacher, some teachers are limited in what services they can provide. And I
we
want to
have
make
that
sure
issue?
people hear this. I didn't say do this. I don't want anybody to think that I'm saying do what we have been told that we cannot do. But just like we mentioned with Ms. Phillips, if not this, then something, because apparently for some of our families, what we're able to provide right now or what we're providing right now
It's not enough.
is not enough. So I just think that we can explore this a little deeper, maybe, for lack of a better word, to maybe, trial and error or come up with some things that may work for these particular students who are being challenged in certain areas.
Absolutely.
That was just my thought.
So to finish what I was saying, are there any deficiencies as far as finances goes to meet the needs of parents?
So
NEC?
the question about a private therapist providing therapy inside of a school, inside of a classroom is not a financial question. And we have had several points provided by DPI, provided by the attorney, our EC attorney, regarding other things. So the finances is not the issue.
So it's just they want to use their doctor.
So part of the question is if a parent chooses or wants any type, and so I am keeping this hypothetical, any type of private therapy, what is the Craven County Schools' responsibility for allowing that therapy to occur inside of a classroom, inside of a school? That's really what this policy is about, is what is our responsibility to permit that? It's not a matter of, again, it's not finances. It is not the student need. It is what is our responsibility to permit private therapy to occur inside of a classroom.
So if we did that, the therapy would, I'm saying, if it were a situation, the therapy come to the school, has access to that child for as many hours as they need to, so the child is removed from the classroom.
That would be a possibility.
So the child is removed from the classroom. We have to provide, the school has to provide a meeting place. If the child is removed, what is the therapy going to take the child?
That is a point to consider, as well as what educational components would the child be missing if they are removed from the classroom.
And the therapy is not an employee of the system.
That is correct.
So if something should happen to the child while the child is with the therapy on our facility, who's liable for the, I'm just hypothetically, who's liable for what happens to the child under the care of a therapist who is not an employee of Craven County?
That is a point to consider.
Oh, okay.
So can we not hire our own?
Yes.
Okay.
We have our own.
When I've thought about this whole situation, I get the parents' viewpoint wholeheartedly, and I understand it because, I mean, there's a heart and you care and we want all children to exceed, right? So, but then when you pull back and you look at the scenarios that Ms. Boomer's talking about, then the whole bottom of the pond gets real muddy. So but you still want this, but then you still got mud. So I don't know, I guess this is something that we're gonna have to dig into a little bit deeper, maybe?
Yes, ma'am. I, in my opinion, yes. And I also would say it goes back to the specific individual needs of the student.
Yeah.
As determined by the IEP team.
Gotcha.
What's the why in this? Like, why was this developed? What situation occurred somewhere in the state to create this policy that needs to be included? Or, because it's not just hypothetically somebody thought of this great policy to create. So what happened?
So Craven County currently does not have a policy related to this specific topic. There are no school systems in our region that are already allowing this to occur, but Craven County previously has not had a policy regarding it.
So it basically just popped up, so we don't really know the history behind the creation of
So the draft
This
of this,
includes-
the draft of this policy was due to requests that we have received here in Craven County. And we were requested to, and this was drafted specifically for Craven County. And that was the policy that we were requested to draft.
What I'm hearing are two things. One, criticism that I've heard is IEPs aren't being followed. And how do we rectify that? And this is a good cure, I think, to supplement whatever we're trying to do to ensure that the IEPs are not just being followed, but also we're listening to the parents as well as trying to comport with the best interest of these kids. Anything further, I might add, Mr. Gatcho, I'll discuss in closed session, but you're to be commended for bringing this forth to the board. Because one of the major things I've heard is, why can't we have, if it's not working within Craven County with regard to private therapy, why can't we take it to, therapy, why can't we take it to our private therapists and have the school? So this is clearly something as first reading. I'm glad that we're exploring.
Thank you.
While you're standing there, I just want to say thank you because
definitely.
all of our teachers are stressed, but our REC folks,
Yes.
it's the whole exceptional children's population is exploding across the nation and the unique needs that they have at the same time while we're losing EC teachers, right? And so you're covering classrooms with people who don't have that experience and I just, there's not, thank you, seems very inadequate. But I just feel like I need to say it.
Oh, yeah.
Because it's a very difficult time. The pandemic is hard enough on the larger population, but on the EC population and the teachers that serve them, it's been incredibly difficult. So thank you for your leadership, and I've heard great things from EC teachers, the support that your team is giving them. So thank you.
Well, and you've also done a great job presenting, because this is a delicate policy, right? So thanks for that, Ellen.
Yes, thank you. And I do want to take a moment to just let you all know how wonderful of an EC staff Craven County has. I don't think they nearly get enough credit. We certainly could probably double our staff in size, but the folks that we currently have working are working around the clock, and they do an absolutely incredible job. And I just wanted to take that opportunity to personally let you know how wonderful of a team we have.
Thank you.
And I think also, Dr. Patrick, have to keep in mind that it's hard to find ECP teachers. A lot of our teachers are on lateral entry. And so with that, we have to keep in mind, I heard Ms. Clark say something about the IEPs not being followed. One of the problems that we have is that because our teachers are lateral entry teachers, they have to get the proper training in how to do an IEP. And so they are also in the learning stage as well, and they're doing that. And so, but I think that, you have to keep all of that in consideration too. And it's hard to find it's hard to find ECP teachers. And we are blessed that we do have the ones that we do have, and some of the schools, some of those positions are not filled yet.
Absolutely.
But like you said, they are hard workers. They are trying to do the very best that they can. And I'm thinking that, I'm glad that we have our mentors and our learning coaches, people that are trying to work with them, and the sources that you are trying to get them trained so they can do this. And it's an awesome task. It is an awesome task. But it's easier when everybody work together to get accomplished. And I'm glad that we're trying to do that.
Thank you.
One more thing. I did run into a parent about a week and a half ago. We were out with some friends for dinner, and she came up behind me and she hugged me, and she has an EC student who is very special to me. And she said that this has been his best school year ever, and that he loves his teachers. and he was tested recently. Evidently there were some math questions involved, and I can't remember exactly how she put it to me, but basically he thought those questions were just too easy. So that's a good thing, right?
I love it.
So I just wanted you to know that. So
Thank
he's
you.
having his best school year ever.
That's good.
And on the note of parents, we do have our Parent Academy tonight, Trent Park Elementary at 6 o'clock, open to any and all families in Craven County. We're going to be talking about autism, ADHD, accommodations, and one other word that begins with A that I can't remember right now. But Trent Park at 6 o'clock tonight.
Thank you, Dr.
Thank
Patrick.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you for
Thank you.
the work that you do. We appreciate that.
Thank you.
Ms. Michelle Lee, Superintendent, for strategic planning and continuous improvement.
And while she's coming up, if I may, we continue to talk about learning loss, and Cabinet is just trying to move away from that. It's so negative, and talk about student gains. So when we start presenting, we're going to talk less about loss and more about gains. So I wanted to let you know, we are going to be presenting, as the board requested each month, about schools and what they're doing to promote student gains.
Thank you very much. And I would be remiss if I did not say that Dr. Patrick is very humble, but she has jumped into this new role and is doing an amazing job, and her staff is working really hard to, and she's supporting them well. So the last time we were here, I updated you on advancing student proficiency and performance, about the 6 low-performing schools. That went very well, and somebody asked the question, what about the other schools? So I'm going to each month bring you 6 until we get through the whole group. At the last meeting, there was some questions about Havelock Middle School, and I told you I would get some additional information about that. And I did speak with the principal, and he has shared that since the EVOS data was released and they've done analysis in their school improvement of the EVOS data, they did feel like the processes that they were using for semester were beginning to wane. And they have created a new schedule that will allow children to get they'll be provided instructional support all 5 days of the week. So they won't be, I think it was clubs 3 days and remediation 2 days. So that has changed, and that is, there's about 80 kids that will be participating in that. Okay.
Participating every mediation on 5 days a week.
Yes.
For how long?
I think that they have put it down, they've got it built into their calendar, into their schedule for about 30 minutes, give or take a little bit. I think they start as soon as the kids get there in the morning, and they have a time first thing in the morning for kids who show up early, and they have a time at the end of the day if kids don't arrive early that they can do it on the back end. Okay. All right. So this I continued, and I have a Mr. Silvera, if you could pull up the PowerPoint. Well, I think it's a PDF, not that one. That's the it's the slides in the URL. Down from the bottom there. Thank you. So this is the same format that we used before. The principals all had the opportunity to share with me things that are going on in their schools to advance student gains. So we'll start with Brenson Memorial Elementary School. And Brenson did very well on their EVOS data for math and science, especially. Math, they are one of our schools that have completely used the STEM scope curriculum in K-5 for science, and they are seeing a lot of hands-on experiences and opportunities, and did have some good gains there. They also have weekly PLCs where I was actually there yesterday and had the opportunity to participate in one where every grade level is taking close look at our students and their data and identifying what the needs are of those students. And making sure that the intervention is aligning with what the data says the children need. And then making sure those strategies are in place. Brenson's done a really good job with their second step SEL program. They were one of our schools that had, what was the name of that program? They had Positivity Project several years ago and loved that program. But since this became a district-wide initiative and they've gotten on board, they're starting to see some real good growth. And I think they are pleased with that as well. They do have a Title I tutor that works with their 4th grade Read to Achieve students that have been reading retained, and that they are hoping those children will be able to move out of that title. I participated in some classroom walkthroughs yesterday with the administrator. They have a model that they're using, and we talked about how to make sure that that data was driving school improvement planning and making sure that was there. So you can see, I'm not going to read every one of these. I wanted to highlight a couple that I felt like are different, because some of the same, some strategies work for all children, and you're going to see them show up at different places. The next school is James W. Smith Elementary School. Also had an opportunity to visit there this past week, and there's a lot of really good things going on in their school. They are very committed to the classroom learning systems. It's very evident when you go through their classrooms that their teachers are involved in the PDSA process, and they're using that to drive their instruction. They have Tier 2 instructional support for their K-5 teachers. They have a Title I coach that also participates by working with small groups to help with that intervention. They too are using the second step social emotional learning curriculum, and have done a pretty significant job with their positive behavior intervention and supports. They have a good relationship with some of the churches that provide special rewards and things for the children as they meet those needs. So that's James W. Smith. And at the end of this, I'll give you opportunity to ask questions, or do you want to ask questions per school? I can go on through and then we'll do questions at the end. Okay.
What do you prefer?
Yeah. That's what I would prefer. Okay. Rogerville New Tech Academy. You know, that one is very near and dear to my heart. I will tell you that the integration of the New Tech Learning Centered practices are evident in all of their lesson plans. This move towards project-based learning and student agency is clear. You can see the evidence of that in their classrooms. They have a unique master schedule that gives extended planning for their teachers on a daily basis. They also, because they're a restart school, have the opportunity for some funding flexibility. And so they have 2 instructional coaches and a stream teacher. And those teachers are available during the extended planning to help the teachers in the planning process to make sure that the strategies that they're using are research-based, and not only share them with them, they have the opportunity to model them for them and let each other practice on each other to make sure that we're using the strategies at the highest level. Strategic planning days is something that you'll see across a lot of the schools. Title I funds are being used for that. They have 2 guidance counselors because of the flexibility in funding that allow them to really do a lot of student groups with their SEL social emotional learning component. The 4th Wednesday of their staff meeting is focused on professional development, and their teacher leaders and their instructional coaches are leading those efforts. And then of course they do the walkthrough, and they have weekly meetings for their MTSS review of core Tier 2 and Tier 3. Grover C. Fields Middle School, the monitoring of the fidelity of the district curriculum has been very high on the administration's purview at that school this year. They have a new curriculum and a weekly PLCs. They're making sure that it's being used with fidelity. They have increased their remediation enrichment time. It used to be 30 minutes every day, and it's now 45 minutes a day. 2 days a week, they focus on mathematics, 2 days a week on ELA, and then on Fridays, the entire school population is focused on the social emotional learning. They do not pull any EC students out of core instructional time. They've worked their schedule to accommodate that. So that means that the schedule is built around the EC needs of our students first. And they also, last year they were approved for, and this is their first year as an Abbott school. So they're using those strategies school-wide. The next school is Tucker Creek Middle School. Tucker Creek has done a great job this year of utilizing the writing expectations using a race strategy. And I don't ask that question because I cannot tell you what that acronym necessarily stands for. I could probably get close. But it's really using the same strategies across the curriculum at every grade level to make sure kids are annotating and using the same type of strategies from year to year. So they're honing those skills and not having to learn new ones every year. Their 6th and 7th grade teachers will be looping up. So we know that that is a strategy that really research shows that kids don't have to start the year fresh. Teachers already have built those relationships. So I'm really excited to see how that's going to turn out. They have tutoring opportunities that are face-to-face via Zoom weekly for every content area. Kids have the schedule and they know when they can pop in to have support from a teacher. They also are doing the SEL and they have added the mindfulness and have spent a lot of time with that this year. And of course, they are having their classroom walkthroughs. The curriculum coach is there on a weekly basis to support the continuous improvement practices. The Imagine Math and Lexia having structured accountability for those programs. Remember, that is one of the things that we've asked our school leaders for district endorsed programming, that if we put the time and money into it, we have to make sure they're being used. And Tucker Creek has spent time on that this year. And they have a 45-minute school-wide intervention time every day. Finally, Havelock High School. Havelock High School has a peer tutoring program. And of course, you can ask questions of Ms. Freeble because she is here. She can answer her own questions. They utilize community members to build relationships and work with their struggling students. They have whole staff professional development based on the specific subgroups of their students. So they're looking at their subgroup data, building professional development around the needs of those populations, and participating in instructional walkthroughs by administrators and with the district coaches, one of our expectations. And you saw that through some of these, that comment about the walkthroughs. One of our expectations this year was that at least twice a month, the administrator and the learning system coach participate together in instructional walkthroughs. It really is twofold. One is the principal gets to have the opportunity to learn more about the classroom learning system and the kinds of questions and the things that are being looked for much past what's on the wall, more of the practice. But it also allows the learning system coach to glean from the principal areas that they see in these walkthroughs that the learning system coach may need to help develop some specific professional learning for that staff. So that has been very well received, and we've gotten some really good data from that. Friday homerooms period is focused on the SEL and the school counseling programs and increased enrollment in PASS. So that is our alternative way. I can't remember what it stand for, Dr. Diggs? Yes, that's what and that is until 4:30 in the afternoon. And then the counseling, administrative, and MTSS teams are continually meeting to monitor student performance. I think data is data mining and data analysis is happening across the board in our schools, and it is eye-opening to some, and it certainly is driving what's happening in our buildings. So at that point, I would be glad to answer any questions that you have.
Oh, sorry. Ted, go ahead.
I'm sorry. We just go around. We'll start with you, Ms. Clark.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. I'm glad that you talked about the gains, but before we can talk about the gains, we must also recognize some of the deficiencies. So I'm glad that Dr. Miller was very candid in saying that all is not perfect. One of the common things that I see in some elementary schools as well as some middle schools is discipline. And this ties into what Ms. King specifically stated about not just professional development. And Dr. Miller was very candid in saying, well, we're going out and visit different sites. I don't think that we can afford to wait until y'all come back from whatever you're networking with. I'd like you to implement some sort of behavior intervention programs now for the schools that need it.
Thank you. Yes, we are going to visit next Monday. So that is an opportunity for us to see some things. Our social emotional learning programming and curriculum is developing. This year we changed the universal screener, and we have a new screener that teachers are getting used to. And I believe this is an opinion that I'm seeing signs of, that kids are starting to get back into the habits of what school looks like. It's been tough. Our children, we've asked a lot of kids to come back to school. They didn't have to follow structured schedules and things like that. So the first semester of this school year has been really tough. But I do see trends of kids are beginning to get back into a routine. We came back from Christmas and it seemed to feel like, okay, this is starting to feel, I dare say normal, because I don't think we'll ever know what that means again. But we are starting to see some things. And we know that the work with our social emotional learning is what we have to do. Certainly our work with PBIS and making sure we have rewards in place to recognize students that are doing what they need to do. And without a doubt, we have to take control of poor classroom behavior, so our teachers have the opportunity to teach, and children who are there to learn have the opportunity to learn. So we are having those discussions in cabinet. We're trying to be real careful that we don't throw something in on teachers, something else. We want to make sure that it's vetted and it's something quality for moving forward. And so, but certainly it is well heated and something that we are continuing to build. They all have a structure. Some are using it better than others.
And how are you going to monitor it with fidelity? And I don't want to kill the messenger. But again, I'm hearing teachers don't get paid enough. We know that.
Right.
We talk about giving them support, and I'm glad that we have all these programs. And I don't mean to be esoteric with regard to any convoluted behavior program. And I'll talk to you privately.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm suggesting that some teachers, some schools need help, not next week, but as soon as possible.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. I agree with you 100%.
So we can talk afterwards.
Yes, ma'am. And I may making notes. Okay.
Ms. Muse?
So Ms. Freeble can verify this. When you guys walk around and check on your classrooms to make sure stuff's going on that should be going on and how things are progressing, that's not a gotcha.
Oh, absolutely.
That's never a gotcha.
Absolutely.
That's support, right? It's always meant to be support, right?
Mhm.
are we sure that that's happening in all of our schools? Like, from the administrative level?
So, we did not this year tell them they had a specific tool that they had to use for classroom walkthroughs.
Gotcha.
We said you have to do classroom walkthroughs, and schools were allowed to create a form that fit the needs of their school. In the past, we've had years where we said, you're going to use this form and you got to use it this many times. In the state that we're in right now, we just did not feel like that was the best way to go. So schools have done that. Administration here at this level, we're in the process of doing our mid-year reviews for all of our principals. And one of our questions that we're all asking is, show us your classroom walkthrough data. Show us how you're using that data to make changes and make decisions about professional development. How are you sharing it with your school improvement team, that data? So you're looking for trends in your building. And so we're all having those conversations with our school leaders. I have not come across any of my leaders that are not able to articulate and share that data with me.
That's great.
So I do believe that it is, and I'm not saying that next year we won't need a specific tool. We have accreditation next year. They have a tool that they would like us to use, but it's not a mandatory thing. So I feel like teachers and principals are in the classrooms more than they ever have been.
That's a good thing.
And that's how they know what's going on in their building.
Well, and that also falls back on what Ms. Clark said too. By them being in their classrooms, they also get to kind of see some of the behavior stuff. So that way they can, help give some guidance and support to meet those needs as well, right?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Ms. Smith? I just kind of two quick observations. One, kudos to doing the schedule around the EC kids so that they are not pulled from core instruction. Just applause all around for that. And the second thing is just observation from years ago when we brought learning systems coaches in, the difference in the way that they've been implemented and become part of instruction is extremely noticeable from someone who saw it through the first time. And the feedback is night and day from what we got before. They are really seen as part of a resource and support, where before they were seen as almost an intrusion in the classroom for the teacher. So kudos to whoever is implementing that and messaging them as support for the teachers, because it is loud and clear that it's working very well.
We have some really good people in those positions, and they work really hard trying to stay really focused on instruction. All of our work with continuous improvement is in vain if it's not focused on improved instruction and student outcomes.
I want to say, first of all, thank you for driving our instruction. Because we can tell, I can feel a shift, and we definitely appreciate that. I think what Ms. Clark was saying about the walkthroughs, I just want to share what I did. Not that it's the greatest, but what I kept thinking about North Carolina teacher evaluation walkthroughs. So what I did this year was I created walkthroughs based off the evaluation. Because it kind of helps me to stay focused, and it also helps because when you do those 2 to 3 minute walkthroughs, you may not get to see what you want to see, but at least, when it's evaluation time, I can say, we have an artifact that, this is something that was occurring when I did go inside Ms. Lee's classroom, even though I may not have seen it the first time, and it helps the teacher because they always want to defend, I do this. So if we kind of, mesh the two together, it kind of helps it align a little bit better. So we're having some great success with that. I want to say what Ms. Smith said, because I was over here like shaking my leg, like, you mean to tell me that Grover Seafield had the audacity to create a schedule based off the highest need in their building? Okay. Nobody else may not understand that, but I understand that. They didn't base it off band.
No, ma'am.
They didn't let any of those other, parts. drive their schedule, but they base it off the need for their students. I'm about to cry. Because that's what we do as educators. To me, that's scheduling with fidelity. That is definitely scheduling with fidelity. I do have a couple of questions. When we're talking about the tier 2, and I know that when we, after we have assisted a student, with the tier 2, then they may have to move to tier 3. How often are we doing like the performance-based measures to see where they are?
So.
And you may not know right now, but.
Well, as the MTSS is really the guiding structure for North Carolina as far as working with children, trying to prevent them from having to be serviced in our exceptional children's department. So we have our tier 2 and tier 3 interventions, and with the help of our school psychologists, we have a chart that tells how many data points we need. And then on a weekly basis, teachers and principals are having conversations about if we're progress monitoring for kids that, for example, that are a tier 3, they have to be progress monitored every week.
Right.
So
Okay.
if we get 8 data points, our goal is to, before we change the frequency or the intensity or the entire intervention, we want to know if enough time has passed for us to see if there's a rate of improvement.
Okay.
So that's the conversations that's happening. And we as a district are working at improving our processes this week. This last week at the principals meeting, the schools all got a MTSS implementation manual to help them make sure they're not missing any steps. Last year, you all know that the state had a corrective action for the entire state. And a lot of that was about not letting kids sit in a tier and not have growth.
Right.
Or enough growth that it was going to make significant change. So we are aware of that, and we're trying to make sure that we're doing our due diligence, but we're not letting it become stagnant.
Good, thank you. My last question is for Ms. Friebel. Professional development based on subgroups. Can you explain what that looks like?
We formed a small team of teachers, a counselor, myself, and met over the summer. We looked at all of our subgroup data as well as just considering some of the things that we were trying to anticipate kids were going to come back into our building with when school started. And we mapped out the year for monthly professional development, targeting a specific group of students. So for example, our EC students are always a subgroup that we need to focus on. Our very first session was dealing with our EC population. During that session, we looked at EC data. We had EC staff members, our department chairs, share instructional strategies. We used Avid instructional strategies. We read an article, and our teachers actually, I can't remember which strategy we used that month, but they actually did the instructional strategy, and we modeled it. They utilized it, so then they could go back and use it in their classroom. We have focused on students living in poverty or social economically disadvantaged students. We have focused so far on students dealing with trauma, which was really significant. Again, thinking about not knowing where kids have been or what they've experienced over the past 2 years. We have not yet done this, but one of our target groups that is scheduled is for Black male students, military connected students. I'm visualizing my whiteboard in my office right now. So we use data, pulled in some teacher leaders, and counselor, and mapped out our year.
So every 4th Wednesday, is that what you said? No, that's a different school. Okay, well, as often as you do it, is it where the entire faculty comes together to focus on that subgroup?
Yes, ma'am.
That's awesome. That is amazing. That's awesome. I like that.
Have you finished this? thing?
I'm done. I've got my dissertation done now. Sorry.
All right. Mr.
My
Dole.
question, I wanted to know about the subgroups. I want to know what were the subgroups. But so my question's answered.
And I can add a little bit to that. One of the works that we're working on is making sure that the instructional strategies that we're selecting and endorsing through our learning system coaches have the effect size that's going to get us where we want to go, because all instructional strategies are not created equally, but we need to make sure we're using those strategies that work for all children. And so really looking at the effect size of the strategy, and then making sure teachers have a good understanding of what it looks like in application and practicing that.
That's like with the subgroups, because I like that subgroup thing too. When I heard it, that was on the school I had a question about. But when you get your data from the research that you all have done, like say with the EC, you all have only touched the EC subgroup at this moment. Is that the only meeting?
No, sir, we have done several, we've done EC, we have done, our economically disadvantaged students. We have done students dealing with trauma. And the no one that I can't.
For the economically disadvantaged group, what did you all come up with to better serve them, or what were some things that were put in place?
So we read, I can't remember if we read an article that time or if it was a video clip. And it focused specifically on like resources.
Okay.
Resources available. A big piece of our discussion during that time, which Ms. Wayne can chime in with this. We shifted our breakfast. We do breakfast after first period, and there was some pushback from some of the teachers. It wasn't as convenient to them. It wasn't, they were worried about people leaving trash in classrooms and things like that. But when you look at the data and then you look at the research on how important it is for children to eat, you see the numbers. I think at the beginning of the year, and I'm talking off the top of my head, but at the beginning of the year, maybe we were serving 30-something kids breakfast.
Wow.
And that was before school, and now we've been serving like 600 plus.
Wow.
So for teachers to see the data and understand, we're not just doing this because it's things like a cool thing to do. We're doing it because the research says kids do better when they've had a chance to eat.
And they didn't eat.
Eat first thing in the morning, they're on the bus for an hour. It's time to eat.
Right.
So with our economically disadvantaged students, it was really more, the conversation was more about resources. What are we doing that could potentially be putting roadblocks in the place of students? And if that's the case, what can we do to?
Now, my assumption, and this is only an assumption, you know what they say when you assume, but in this technologically advanced society, even low income, I mean, a lot of people that would be considered low income that I know, they still have access to Wi-Fi. Did you all find any Wi-Fi shortages within the low income community?
Yes, sir, absolutely. We have a section of our community, and honestly, in that section, we have people of all income ranges who struggle with
Due to connectivity issues.
Yes, yes. There is a significant part of that area that is that are economically disadvantaged, but there are also very affluent families who live there who just geographically there
Can't get the Wi-Fi.
Thank you.
You are welcome.
I'm excited about all the good things that are
Yes,
happening.
ma'am. And I will bring 6 more next month.
Appreciate
Thank
it.
you.
I like the way that we're doing this. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Have a lot.
Well, I mean, Mrs. Lee.
Maybe in bits and pieces instead of all together for hours at a time.
She may be excused.
Who?
Ms. Clark.
Oh.
Human resource. Dr. Dawson is sitting there like she's all excited to present.
Good morning, good
Good
morning.
morning.
I would like to make recommendations for some policies for first read.
Okay.
Y'all just want me to go ahead, or do you want him to pull it up? We would do policy 7232, discrimination and harassment in the workplace. The following updates has been required. The new policy addresses the board's obligation to provide a workplace that is free of harassment and discrimination. Like I said, this is a required from the North Carolina Board Association. The second one is strongly recommended. Add parentheticals to indicate sex includes pregnancy, childbirth, sexual orientation, and gender identity, and that is strongly recommended. The second recommendation is revise section E to remove implications that discipline of a person who makes a false statement would constitute retaliation or reprisal per OCR feedback. And the last is an update to the legal reference. Then we're going to look at policy 7241, drug and alcohol testing of commercial motor vehicle operation. And the first update is required. Revise paragraph E, B4 to clarify the prohibition of post-accident alcohol use by CDL holders. And so that is the only update for that one. Then we have policy 7900 for first read. The update is recommendation. Add section B to address the notice period for resignations by a classified employee. This information was previously in section B, but it has been unclear who it applied to. So those are my policies for first read. And then I have policy 7240.
I just asked, I remember it was either last month or the month before, I asked if we could, just want to remind you guys, if we could be looking at a policy that addresses protections for our employees, the board members. You know, you want to leave better than you came on, right? You want to leave with better, stronger policies. And so right now, there's not a clear process for what employees can do if they have a grievance against one of us. So if we could work on a benchmark with some places for that, because it kind of goes with that policy, but not quite. I think we kind of need our own.
Okay, we will do that. Thank you.
So these are all your first read you have?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so do we have any questions about any of these policies? Okay, so that, and this, we have taken action, but this one first read.
Okay. All right, and then for the second read, we have policy 7240, drug-free and alcohol-free workplace. And the revision was, which is strongly recommended, revise section D to align reporting requirements with those in policy of 7300, staff responsibility, and to clarify the circumstances on which reports of conviction must be made to federal agencies. And that's all I have for my policies.
Any questions for the second read? For this policy? So we send this to consent, put on consent, thumbs up? Okay, thank you, Dr. Dawson. You have a.
Yes, ma'am.
You have some more, right?
Yes, ma'am. I have to do go work for teacher turnover.
Okay.
I won't be before you long.
Oh, you're fine. Take your time.
It's okay.
Okay, you go to the next slide. Okay, so here are our current positions for teachers. We have 769 teachers and 162 teacher assistants. This information is based on our finance system in Cooks. So I figure if it's in Cooks, they're being paid, this is an accurate number. Currently, we have 100 vacancies for licensed and 80 for classified. So we realize that we do have an issue with our current vacancies, and we are really trying to work to get people in these positions. I know it has been a lot for principals and even teachers covering classes, but we're working to get this number down. Currently, we have 130 alternative licensed teachers, which makes up 16.9% of the teachers in Craven County schools. So our beginning district teacher mentors, they have really been working hard to support these new teachers to the profession. But we're looking at caseloads, these mentors having caseloads like 30. So we are really working to support these teachers and to get these numbers down. And our teacher turnover rate is 14.58%. We don't have the new data. It is coming. I talked to someone from DPI, and the state board hasn't released that data yet. So as soon as we get that information, we'll give you a whole nother presentation about our teacher turnover rate. So here are some of the things we're doing, our recruitment efforts we're doing. Of course, we continue to celebrate the profession with our Principal of the Year, Teacher of the Year, Beginning Teacher of the Year. And Ms. Morris kind of hit it on the head earlier. Those folks are models. They're role models for the profession. And she said it clearly, she wants to be a model. And hopefully our aspiring teachers and teachers that are already here will want to be teacher leaders or even principals or administration later on in their career. We have held 2 career fairs so far. We did one August the 12th at Newbern High School and December 4th at H.J. McDonald. And for me, it's the little things, because at each career fair, we actually hire somebody for those fairs. So I was excited about that. One teacher gain is one teacher we have in the classroom. That's right. We have a tentatively one schedule. No, we have one schedule. I'm not saying tentatively, unless something happens. We have one on April the 9th, and it's going to be at Newbern High School. And what we did, Dr. Boone and I, we got feedback from CC Papa. We wanted to hear from the principals, how do they want it, the career fair to be, and about what time and what location. So this is the feedback they gave us. Also, I'm happy to say we do have membership with NIMNET, and this is an organization that assists schools and organizations in identifying and recruitment of minorities. So what we're doing right now, we're trying to upload our jobs to their site. But last night, or maybe early this morning, I have a candidate that I'm gonna share with the principals later on today. And it's in counseling. So I know we need some guidance, school counselors, I'm sorry. The next thing we make sure principals have the ECU potential graduate list and teachers of tomorrow's list. As soon as we get those lists, we send it out to the principals so they can start contacting potential graduates. Oh, and one more thing I want to mention about NIMNET. When I did my research, it's 3 North Carolina school systems that's using this service. And that's Asheville City Schools, Wake County, and Durham City Schools. So some things that we have done to grow our own. Currently, we have provided tuition reimbursement for 12 teachers or teacher assistants who were reimbursed for college tuition of the amount of $13,443.08. And these monies come from the Title II funds. Mr. Griffin has been gracious to make sure we have $50,000 to provide this resource for our teachers. And I got some feedback from maybe 1 or 2 that they were really appreciative of having this in place. Some other things we're doing, and this is this district-wide, we're promoting teachers and administrators to be leaders in the district. So we had teachers go to learning system coach, APs to principals. So we heard it loud and clear from a few people that, they don't want to get stagnant in where they are. They want to have leadership opportunities. What we have also done, we have collaborated with cabinet members and directors on increasing the classified salary for definitely child nutrition and the bus drivers. All right. Another thing with celebrating our certified staff, we're doing this in collaboration with the board. This part of their goal work. We're gonna start this month with the central piece. So we're really excited about this recognition. And it really highlights exemplary classified staff in the district. Another retention effort, I've been working with colleges and universities. I feel like it takes up a lot of time, but it's good time with placing interns into our schools. And I told the principals, I said, hey, y'all need to court these folks. When you get them in your building, keep them. And so I think they're listening because, we need teachers in the building. We also are a partnership with North Carolina Works, and this is to get veterans into the profession. They have an upcoming job fair. I can't remember the date right now, but we will have our presence there. This is a new process that we would like to start, is to celebrate staff members for their years of service. A lot of times we focus on the BTs and how can we support BTs. Well, how are we going to celebrate the people that's been here for a while? And so we want to do something called milestones. So maybe for your 5-year service, we recognize you for doing such a great job, or just sticking with us for 5 years. So this is a work in progress. We're working on it, and hopefully we'll get it out to you soon. Okay, and here, and of course, we're a Baldrige district. So we're always thinking about how can we improve our services? How can we improve what we do as an HR department? So we participated in a link training in January, and that system is to create a paperless onboarding process. It takes so much time this paper comes to me, and it may have to go to Dr. Patrick, then it has to come back to me, and may have to go to Dr. Diggs. So what we're doing is trying to make this paperless so we can get people in and in the classrooms. We meet with HR staff once a month to share any updates concerning HR and look at things that we could do to improve the process for the district. Another thing we got to do is get the jobs posted in NIMNet and decrease our overall vacancies. Do y'all have any questions for me? Wow. No, I have one more. I'm sorry. One more slide. Here, this is just pretty clear cut. Some days it feels like HR is a swinging door. We get people hired, then they decide they want to go home. So we wanted you all to see the number of hired and the number that applied, because it really takes all of us. If we're going to keep these, especially good folks, if we're going to keep them here, it's going to take all of us. And so the retention efforts that we're doing is a team effort. So do y'all have any questions?
Ms. Weaver?
If I can just say to Dr. Dawson, just a shout out to her, those lists that she's talking about, the DC graduates and all of that, she's sending that stuff at all hours of the night. And I'm receiving and trying to get a jump start on that's to my colleagues, but she is working very, very hard to get us the information. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Dawson.
Okay, one more thing I have, and I'm done, and I'm going to my seat.
I got a question.
You sound like a preacher because you said it 2 times.
Baptist preachers. You all have the Human Resource Service Division Report 8. This is the personnel report for your review. Y'all have any questions?
You said 8?
8.
Oh, I think you said 8. Okay. Okay.
I have one.
Mr. Dale.
I know we're understaffed in a lot of schools and areas. When I'm looking at this last chart, it says apply for and hire from July to August. what happens with 51 was hired out of 264. That leaves us roughly 231 people. Do we go back and look at those to try to put them other places where they determined to be not suitable fit for us?
That's, yeah. that's
Okay.
the answer. Yeah, you may have somebody that wants to apply to be assistant
Principal with no
and
degree.
they've never been a teacher.
It's like that, huh?
Yes, sir. We have to screen it. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Dawson, for such a wonderful report. Thank you so much. Okay, my battery's going down, so where are we? Break. Yeah, I'm sorry. I need thumbs up to send the HR report to consent, put on consent. All right. Okay, so right now we're with where are we? Co-chair, where are we? Because I'm going out.
Well,
Do we need a break? Let's take a break, a 10-minute break, that I can get caught up.
Thank you for having us today. I would like to introduce the teacher at Haviland.
Within the culinary field, not only that, within the CTE department. So, it's been a huge honor. So basically my background, I retired 3 years ago. I'm just gonna bring this down just a little bit. I retired 3 years ago from the Marine Corps after 22 years. I was a general's aide. For those who don't know what that is, you get attached to a 3-star general and above, and you travel the world. And so I was able to work for General Petraeus. I was able to work for General Mattis when he was down in McCitic. I was able to work for Secretary Rumsfeld. I was his first aide, and I was able to work on President Obama's staff. So it was a very good honor. So I came from a general's aide field, and it's only 22 of us in the Marine Corps. So you're not going to go home and be like, hey, I know this guy who's a general's aide, because most of us are going to be like, I have no idea what that is, right? There's no time in the field. You don't spend a whole lot of time like that. Spend a lot of time out of a suitcase and within a G5, right? And then so I left from there, and I went to MARSOC, and I was at MARSOC for 7 years, and I was a dietary nutritionist for Special Marine Corps Forces down in Stone Bay. So that's my background. And so when I retired here in the lovely Eastern North Carolina, the opportunity came for me to work at Havelock High School, and I was like, hey, why not? So I got hired on as a coach, and then many more doors opened up after about 6 months, and I was presented an opportunity to become a teacher. And I said, hey, why not? What do they have open? And they says, well, we got a foods department open. And I remember like, hey, this is right up my alley. So I've made Eastern North Carolina my home. My wife and I, we both are duly retired. And so she retired from the Navy, bless her soul, but hey, but no, so we're both here. So it's a great honor. So for you all tonight, what do we have today for lunch? I said tonight, but what do we have for you today? Basically, we did a mixture of a little bit of Mediterranean food. And we have a mixture of, it is Taco Tuesday. So we didn't do any tacos only because the transporting of it is hard, but we do have a little barbacoa and some yellow rice. So I think you'll really enjoy it. So eat as much as you would like. We also have a Greek salad that was made, that was made. So all the meals, just so you understand, all the meals that I do is made by our kids here in my Foods 1 and my Foods 2 class. I do a 21-day menu cycle so that they can master. And all Foods 1 and Foods 2 do labs. We do labs 4 days a week, along with our regular assignments, but we do labs 4 days a week. So it's been a great honor. I'm super excited about it. So I hope you all enjoy it. And if you got any questions about anything, please feel free, to ask me, because I really enjoy what I'm doing. And I think it's a wonderful thing that these kids get a chance to really see hands-on. As you see, I'm sweating because I was running up these steps, not because I'm nervous, but all right. But honestly, I said I appreciate it, Holly, and my wonderful leader that we have here, that she's been supporting me the entire time. So and all of you. So we thank you. All right. So enjoy. Let me get back to it. Okay.
Board member?
Ready? Victor. No, you take your time. You here for what's right. You take your time. Right there. Oh, you're looking at this. Right there, not this. Call this meeting of the Craven County Board of Education back to order, please. Hope everybody had a delicious lunch. We did, and we are thankful to Havelock High School Culinary Art Department for providing such a delicious lunch for us today. And at this time, we're going to begin our second part of our meeting with Mr. Mike Swain.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Glad to be here again in front of you guys. I am going to be presenting for a first reading policy number 3105, which is homeschool dual enrollment for athletics. Specifically, it's enrollment and eligibility process for homeschool students wanting to participate in Craven County High School athletic programs. This policy has been in existence and it aligns with the North Carolina High School Athletic Association guidelines for the participation of homeschool students in athletics. However, we are recommending an addition to that policy in letter F, if you want to bring that up. And this is the result of some conversations with high school counselors who would be responsible for entering this information. Letter F says to maintain athletic eligibility, the dual enrollment student must meet attendance requirements and pass all Craven County Schools classes in which he or she is enrolled. The addition we would like to make based on feedback from the counselors is that homeschool students wishing to continue eligibility after the first semester must turn in their fall semester grades to the school by the first day of the second semester. Failure to do this will result in revocation of the student's athletic eligibility until grades are received. So the concern was that there was no concrete deadline for students who participated in the fall who want to continue to participate with the rest of their winter sport or in the spring with getting their grades in. And some of the counselors were having to continually try to seek those grades. So we wanted to establish a deadline of the first day of the second semester. And so that is the only recommended change for policy 3105.
So they have to be passing every class, all classes?
But well, okay, so the thing with the athletics with homeschool is they have to enroll in half of their schedule, or two classes in our case has to be enrolled actually with that school, whether it's Havelock or New Bern or West Craven. The other two classes would be approved by the school, but would be through homeschool.
Gotcha.
So technically, what our policy says is the two that they're doing on campus, they have to be passing, but all together, it follows the same North Carolina High School Athletic Association policy that 3 out of the 4 have to be passed, but 2 of them would have to be, according to our existing policy, the ones they're taking through their high school.
Now, is this something that's timely that you would want us to, you prefer us approve this month versus bringing it forward for second reading, or is next month okay?
Well, at this point, of course, we're past the first day of the second semester, so I don't, and maybe Dr. Yeah, okay. Yeah, so yeah, that would be great.
So it's okay for first reading?
Yes. Yes.
So good? Thumbs up for the consent? Okay, thank you, Mrs. Swain.
Thank you.
Ms. Diggs?
Good morning.
Good morning. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, I'm sorry. Yes, it is. When you feed me, I lose track of time. So.
Yeah.
I'm bringing to you, before you today, policy 3300, school calendar and time for learning. And before I get started, I want to be sure everyone understands this is not about giving us local control over our calendar. It's not that kind of change to general statute. This is a policy change.
We can only hope.
You could, so that was the first question when I shared with cabinet that they had. But these are the recommended changes to this existing policy. You'll notice there's a lot of strikeouts in this policy, but it's basically a reorganization of the policy. And it removes a paragraph specific to the 2020-2021 school year that we had some policy changes at that time that were related to COVID, directly related to COVID. It includes some optional revisions that will just streamline the policy, and it takes out a lot of the language. A lot of the strike throughs are based on some statutory requirements of school calendars that are already in general statute. So they are recommending that we strike them from policy so they're not repeated multiple times. And then just some minor editorial changes.
Okay.
So you can see most of it has been stricken as a part of the recommendation.
So not a strike.
Yeah, it is. But a lot of that, like I said, a lot of that is already covered in general statute regarding calendar, school calendar law.
Any questions, board? Thumbs up for consent agenda? Oh, it's a first reading anyway.
Yes, this is first reading.
It's just first reading.
So
Okay.
just be clear. So in my mind, because when you did that, I went, this one, so this is not a school board association recommendation. This has only been reviewed by the cabinet.
No, it is a school board association. I was making a comment about cabinet because they asked if it had anything to do
Okay,
with
great.
school calendar law.
So legal
Yes.
eyes have looked at it.
Yes.
Okay, great.
Okay, thank you, Dr.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Williamson?
Good afternoon, everybody. How are
Good
y'all
afternoon.
doing?
We're fine. How are you?
I'm doing well. Thank you so much for having us here today. I am here today asking if you will approve an application for, it's an NCDPI Digital Learning Initiative grant that they offer. They're only going to award it to 20 counties across the state. And so we have a little presentation to just kind of inform you about what the grant is. We did receive an NCDLI grant 4 years ago when the digital learning plan was first written into state law. And that was a planning grant. It was for $25,000. And we provided teachers with some workshops through Apple Professional Learning, and then also through some local developed professional development. So I'm here today with one of our new district instructional technology facilitators, Sarah Emmerich, and she is going to do the second part of the presentation. So we can go to the next slide, Stephen. Thank you so much. So the intention of this grant is to provide our district with an opportunity for funding some professional learning that will enhance and further our teachers' understandings and our support staff around two things that are, again, part of House Bill. They are the North Carolina Digital Learning Competencies for Teachers, and also during the pandemic, the state of North Carolina adopted North Carolina Digital Learning Student Standards. And because it happened while most of our schools were in remote learning, there was some professional development that we offered here at the district level, but we want to make sure that we're focusing on those standards moving forward with all of our teachers. And so the purpose of the state offering these grants is to continue to support both of those items. So we'll go to the next slide. So they offer up to $30,000 for any traditional public school unit. So we intend to apply for all $30,000 if you approve. And it is a mini grant, and you can see the House bill up there if you'd like to read a little bit more about it. It is part of the North Carolina Digital Learning Plan. And then those are the different related legal documents and the state law. I'm not reading them out, so we can go to the next slide. So what we're proposing is, I think some of the things that we heard being discussed today is teachers' self-efficacy and what we're doing to support their social emotional learning as well as that of the students in their classrooms. We all know that teachers that feel really good about their jobs have positive student achievement. It's been linked in lots of research and studies. So what we're proposing to do is to offer a leadership academy and digital learning for our teachers. And we like to call it Craving Catalyst because we're hoping that it will be a catalyst and spread from the teachers who participate in the academy to the other teachers in the building. Because again, teachers who are provided with opportunities for leadership, they affect all the other teachers in the building, whether they're provided with those same opportunities or not. They lead by example, like we've been talking about a little bit today. So the next slide. So this year we had 130 teachers who participated in something called Craving Catalyst. That was my department's professional learning for those teachers. Principals and coaches from every school were asked to give 5 to 10 names of teachers to participate in that learning. It's been a combination of professional development we've created in my department, along with support from Apple Professional Learning Specialists. What we'd like to do with this grant is to invite all 130 of those teachers to apply to this Leadership Academy, and then accept 20 of those teachers into the academy using a rubric and also a panel of people to review the applications. And again, the purpose of all of this is we understand, you can see this quote and read it for yourselves, but professional learning is the foundation for any type of improvement in our educational system. And we want to make sure we're providing that to our teachers.
Good afternoon. I'm Sarah Enright. I know she introduced me. As to bounce back off of what Kelly was saying, that the teachers reported their leadership experiences resulting in all of these bullets that are listed. And I think Kelly already alluded to a lot of this already in the presentation. But we do want to improve their practice in the classroom and spread that empowerment to the other teachers. So kind of the breakdown is we'll start this summer, and after the 20 applicants are chosen, we would like to offer summer leadership for about 3 days and include the Apple Professional Learning Specialists along with our Gizmos, which is another grant that we've received. Also some other DPI consultants. Discovery Education, which just got refunded for another year in Craven County, and also our other district digital learning staff. And so it'll be like a 3-day multi-session per day, per time period the teachers can pick and learn and have some professional learning there. And of course, they're all going to be aligned with those digital learning student standards. And then after that 3-day summer kind of workshop, we're offering 2 face-to-face trainings. So one will be in the fall and one will be in the spring. And then of course, and that will pay for subs. So we're using some of this money to pay for substitutes for those teachers. And then also we'll have some intermittent little Zooms or virtual personal support sessions in between those 2 dates. So this is kind of the breakdown of the budget. And so we also want to recognize our teachers by paying them for doing some of this work. So we kind of subtracted everything out, and that was what we had for their stipend. We also need to pay for the substitutes for those 2 face-to-face learning opportunities. And then we want to give them some swag. We want to kind of give them some tangible things they can take back with them. So we're hoping that they'll get the new Gen 8 iPad. So we're going to give them, we'd like to give them an Apple Pencil to go with that. And then some print shop classroom door signs. We've done that in the past. So when they walk in the door, it's going to be like a little plaque. Well, it's not really a plaque, but anyways, we'll make it cute and pretty. But so other teachers in the building know that they have received this extra opportunity. So if they had questions, now that they can go to them as well. And we'd always like to give t-shirts out. And then the other cool thing that we're really excited is to offer them to go to NC TIES, which is our North Carolina Technology and Education Conference in Raleigh. And then they have some deliverables in the grant that we have to provide or produce rather. So one of the things that we're going to do is we'd like to offer a district digital learning summit. And this is a work day next March 23rd, 2023. And we would like to put on a little mini summit. And so we would want them to present one of the sessions, but also we would want their help to help run it. and do some of the, excuse me, the back end and the legwork of it. And then we'd also like them, deliver for that session as well. And then they're also going to create, next slide, sorry, Stephen, I'm talking fast. We'd also like them, they're going to create some sort of lesson or instructional component of it. And that's going to go into the North Carolina Open Educator Resource Platform, which is Go Open North Carolina. So that's one of the deliverables we have to provide or produce for the grant outlined there. Oh, and that's our cool little logo. Do y'all have any questions?
Any questions, anybody?
It's super.
Super
presentation.
I think you covered it well.
If I can just say, if we don't get this, I don't know who we.
I don't either.
Well, thank y'all for your time.
Thank you.
And we'll apply March 7th, so if you can keep us in your thoughts and prayers for receiving the grant, because like I said, 20 counties will get it, so we're hopeful that we're one. So thank you.
Yeah.
We have all the confidence that you will. Ms. Toaster?
And the cool logo.
I like her enthusiasm. Good afternoon again.
Good afternoon.
Thank you for having me today. So today, as you can see, I'm here to recommend that the board receive and acknowledge the proclamation by the North Carolina governor to celebrate February as Career and Technical Education Month. And the proclamation is attached. Madam Chair, would it be appropriate for one of the board members to read the proclamation for us?
I'm going to ask Ms. Clark if she would do that for us, please.
Sorry, ma'am, may I just defer?
Okay, Ms. King will do that for us, please.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Okay.
Thank you.
I will.
Thank you, Ms. King.
State of North Carolina, Roy Cooper, Governor, Career and Technical Education Month 2022. By the Governor of the State of North Carolina, a proclamation. Whereas career and technical education prepares students and young adults to succeed in academics and careers in both established and emerging industries. And whereas the mission of North Carolina Secondary Career and Technical Education is to empower all students to be successful citizens, workers, and leaders in our global economy. And whereas career and technical education programs help students become the skilled workers employers need to perform the jobs of today and tomorrow. And whereas career and technical education programs in North Carolina provide education for all students in the areas of agriculture, business, finance, and marketing, career development, computer science and information technology, family and consumer sciences, health science, trade, technology, engineering, and industrial education. And whereas North Carolina career and technical student organizations such as DECA, Future Business Leaders of America, Family, Career, and Community Leaders of America, the National FFA Organization, HOSA, Future Health Organizations, Skills USA, and the Technology Student Association support the work of career and technical education programs to develop character, citizenship, leadership, and technical skills essential for students who are preparing for the workforce and further education. And whereas along with North Carolina's 16 career clusters and over 70 state-supported career pathways, career and technical education program aid in our state's workforce development efforts. And whereas the Strengthening Career and Technical Education for the 21st Century Act demonstrates the crucial mission of these initiatives to enhance student readiness for successful careers and strengthen North Carolina's workforce. Now, therefore, I, Roy Cooper, Governor of the State of North Carolina, do hereby proclaim February 2022 as Career and Technical Education Month in North Carolina and commend its observance to all citizens. In witness thereof, I have unto Roy Cooper signed. I have hereunto set my hand and affix the great seal of the State of North Carolina at the Capitol in Raleigh this 28th day of January in the year of our Lord 2022 and of the independence of the United States of America, the 246.
Thank you. I appreciate that very much.
Thank you.
Okay, so second today, I bring before you the monitoring and compliance audit results from October. So DPI sent 2 representatives here to our district for a 3-day monitoring and compliance visit / interrogation, it felt like a little bit. It's all good though. I was excited about it when we were selected, a little nervous, but excited because I looked at it as a learning experience. That if there was something we were doing that wasn't correct, there was an opportunity to find that out and then find out what we need to do to correct it. But all went well. Stephen? I'll give you a little background on the purpose of the audit. So DPI is required to monitor districts for compliance and provide technical assistance that ensures compliance. It's the PSU's responsibility to safeguard the assets of the federal award, spend funds according to the state established allowability rules, and then maintain sufficient internal controls to support compliance. Additionally, monitoring for compliance is an essential part of accountability that ensures PSUs adhere to the appropriate regulatory requirements. So in being selected, they use a rubric to select the districts. It is random, but they do use a risk assessment. I believe they do 3 monitoring visits a year, and it's usually based on your affinity, so the size. So they'll pick 1 smaller district, 1 mid-sized district, and 1 larger district. But these are the metrics that they use to determine who will be monitored each year. So they look at performance indicators and measures of program quality. They're looking at our affinity group and the amount of the award that we receive. They look at our credentials that we earn annually, the % of our concentrators that we have annually, the license, experience, and assignment of the CT administrator, the federal funds unspent annually, the local administrator participation in technical support opportunities, and then the length of time since previous monitoring. And here in Craven County, we have not been monitored in well over 12 years for a full monitoring visit. There was a desktop monitoring visit in mid-2000s, but not a full visit. So day 1, I'm not going to read all this to you. I just wanted you to see the breadth and depth of what they did while they were here. Basically, they notified me in summer that they would be coming in October. They gave us a couple of dates to select. And then we had to pull all this documentation together for them. So when they walked in, they were in the CNI library for the entire day and calling for more. But they looked at everything from our processes, how we do requisitions, how purchase orders are written. They looked at licensure of teachers in our classrooms. They looked at master schedules for middle and high schools. They looked at our career development activities, everything we did in the community, our partnerships, support visits, you name it, they looked for it. Trust me, they looked for it. So it was a full day of document review. And it's a 2-year time span. So they were looking at a 2 school years worth of documentation. Next. Day 2, there were 2 representatives. They wanted to be in the schools. So we selected New Bern High and Grover C because they wanted to be in a high school and a feeder middle school. And then we selected West Craven High and West Craven Middle School. They wanted to meet individually with the principal, and I was not allowed to be in the room. They wanted to meet individually with teachers, and I was, again, not allowed to be in the room. And they wanted to meet with students, and again, was not allowed to be in the room, but that's okay. And then they wanted to tour all the CT learning spaces. So we went in every classroom, every shop, every lab, every kitchen, every barn, every greenhouse they wanted to see. They were not there to look at teaching as much as they were there to look at the environment and what we were providing for our students. All went well with that day. And then on day 3, they did a interview with me, and then they interviewed the Miss Davis, our CIMC, and then they interviewed our entire CT leadership team. And then that afternoon, just before departure, they met with Dr. Miller, Dr. Diggs, me, and Mrs. Davis to kind of share with us so we wouldn't be surprised when the audit results were submitted, that we would know what was going to be submitted. So I'm proud to announce there were no non-compliance issues noted. However, there were some commendations noted, things that they saw that they thought we were doing really well that we should share with other districts as exemplars. And then there were some recommendations that were made, and I'll quickly share those with you as well. So the commendations, they noted our intentional removal of barriers to enrollment in our courses so that we ensure all students, including our special population students, have access to our courses. They noted the conduction of our safety inspections to make sure we are providing safe learning environments for our students. They're reflective of the workspaces found in the occupational sector. They also noted intentional promotion of the support that our career development coordinators can provide to students. They noted that during their interviews, students were very aware of what the role of the CDC is, and they understood how they could support them and reach out to them. They noted our internship posters and how we promote our internship opportunities for students with a specific representation of various demographic groups and non-traditional representation as well. And then they also like the implementation of our weekly CTE World of Work marketing infomercial for students. And we really started that during the pandemic. You know, when we weren't able to see students face to face, how could we still work with them and let them know what was out there for them? So we went digital and created these infomercials that we shot out through email blast every week during the pandemic. A couple of others, the teacher externships that we do in the summer, they noted that as a commendation, that the opportunity for CTE teachers and our other teachers in the district to be able to go out and learn relevant things to bring back to the classroom. They were commenting on our CTE advisory council membership and how well that's been going. And then lastly, the development of a local policy and procedures guide that provides written documentation of our internal controls to ensure consistent processing and evidence for the use of our funding. Okay, the recommendations, a couple of them were some local internal controls to ensure timely submission of applications for initial licensure and add-on licensure areas. All of these recommendations have already been addressed. As I said, the compliance visit was in October. Next, principals and students were aware of the local articulation with the community college. And it's apparent that the district offers courses that articulate, but they didn't find much evidence in our registration materials and our promotional materials. So we're going to do a better job of letting our students know about those articulation opportunities for them. Another recommendation is the district is encouraged to consider the benefits of implementing a comprehensive and cross-curricular framework for career development. That is something we're working on at the district level in our CCR goal team to provide a platform. We brought counselors in as well as district staff to look at different opportunities and resources we can use to implement this as a resource for students. There was a recommendation about separate purchase orders. That's easy. That's just a matter of putting some specific purpose codes and object codes for P-card purchases. They suggested adding justification for purchases to our prior approval form for our teachers, which we have already done. Using our prior approval form for items purchased from the central level for school level as well, and we've already done that. Using a consistent method for documenting summer work plans. Any person who's employed throughout the summer has to submit summer work plans. And I didn't give them the form. I just said, submit your calendar, and they did. And they wanted to see a consistent process. So that's easy fix. Consider using semi-annual statements to document time and effort rather than the current method. And then lastly, the district may want to consider the merits of a policy governing visiting student participation in extracurricular activities, including CTE. We currently do not have a policy on that, and they suggested it might be a good idea. Okay, that was it. And quickly, any questions?
Anybody have any questions, Ms.
Yeah,
Denise?
I'm sorry.
It's
I
okay.
love CTE, so
It's okay. I'm happy to answer.
That's just my thing. First of all, congratulations on the good audit. The last desk audit, I believe, was performed by John Kirkman in May of 2014.
Okay.
I think that's when it was. And the CDCs in Craven County do a phenomenal job steering kids on their pathway. So that's great. So on the recommendations, so where it says local internal controls should be improved to ensure timely submission, are you front loading applicants as far as like checking their work history and degrees and that kind of stuff to see if they're able to be licensed before that stuff goes to HR, or are you involved in the hiring process in any way?
Yeah, absolutely. Yes, I review all applicants and I participate in the selection of candidates for interviewing, and then
Right.
I participate in the interviews. But yeah, we look at their degree to make sure it's a related field. We look at their GPA to make sure they will qualify for residency license. So yes, I am involved in that every
That's
step of the
really
way.
great that you're front loading it, because that speeds up the process in HR, I think.
Sure.
Tremendously. So, and I know for like the second one about the articulation, there's fewer courses that actually articulate nowadays than what there were. You know, back a couple years ago, we had a lot of them. But I think if you would implement like a pathway document to put in with those materials, that would probably tighten that up for you.
Okay. And we have those, so it's a matter of getting them in the hands of the students.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And then, so the comprehensive cross-curricular framework, I know at one time we had Craven Connect. Did that go away?
It did in 2019. In our research, we found that it was not being used much at all.
That's a school level.
It is.
And you kind of have to push
Yes.
them. So
Yes.
there's, from what I know, there's 3 that are like really good, which is Cooter, which is Craven Connect, or Naviance, or Major Clarity. Are you looking at any of the 3 of those?
Yes, we are.
Okay.
We're looking, Major Clarity is one of the top 3 candidates that we're currently looking at.
That's wonderful. And then I guess on your purchase orders, they want you to kind of separate more, I'm just guessing, for supplies and material for your 411 code and your 461 for equipment, to kind of separate it instead of it being.
No, not specifically. No, there, Ms. Wells was using one purchase order for 14 and 17. They wanted separate purchase orders for P card.
So for your PRC.
Yes.
There's, yeah, because
Yes.
there's, yeah, I can understand that. When you do your purchase order prior approval form, how are you running that? Is it through
What do you
like
mean?
Microsoft Documents? Because the justification for purchase prior to approval. So like
On the,
for
on
like
the,
foods, it's kind of how it aligns with that.
right, on the actual Cognito request that we
Right.
use here currently,
Mhm.
there was not a justification on how the teacher was going to use that supplier material in the course,
So you've added
in their
that
class.
box.
We just added a box for
That's
that.
perfect. And then the prior approval form for items purchased at central level for school level to ensure purchase orders are authorized by the director. Were you-
It was just an email or verbal, hey, we need to order this. And they said it needed to go through the same process just for tracking purposes.
Right, a requisition every time for
Yes.
everyone.
So when I
Gotcha.
need something, I create the prior approval and then I approve the prior approval and hand it to my
Gotcha.
administrative assistant.
Because you can sign off on those incognito, right,
Yes.
when you click the approve.
Yes.
And then, so when I was here, the OMB statements were done twice a year. So you run it from January 1 to June 30th, and then July 1 to the end of December.
Mhm.
When did that change?
It didn't, but there was nowhere in policy where it said it had to be done that way. So we were just doing them annually. And so they said it's not wrong, but they prefer it to be done semi-annually.
So
we
y'all
were-
were just doing the whole year at one
Yes,
time?
yes.
Got you. And then when they ask about, you know, the private, religious, or homeschool students, are they wanting to change that maybe because of numbers? Or did they specify why?
They didn't specify why. It was in the actual instrument they shared with us. It was one of the specific things they were looking for to make sure that there's a policy, or it wasn't, it was suggestion of having a policy for visiting students for sports, extracurricular activities, like could a
pull those
homeschool
kids in.
student come in and take firefighting?
Because they can, right?
Yes,
So we just need to implement a policy that,
I believe so.
and then I wonder if it would be helpful if we reached out to those educational areas to let them know that, hey, you know, if there's a child that's does homeschool, but is really interested in this program. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
Because that would
Create
increase
awareness.
enrollment, increase months of employment. Right, and that's what we want to do is grow CTE, right?
Yes.
So you did a great job, thanks.
Well, thank you.
You had all.
The second interrogation of the
It's
compliance
not an
visit.
interrogation. Just ask a question.
No, it's all good. I appreciate your support. And anytime you have any questions, feel free to let me know.
Thank you. You did a
Thank
great
you.
job. We appreciate it.
Thank you, thank you.
All right, Dr. Diggs again.
Yes,
You
ma'am.
just love coming up.
I do. I just spread myself out all over the agenda. This time I'm coming before you with 2 out-of-state field trip requests for approval. As you're aware, based on policy 3320, we have to bring out-of-state requests before the board. We have 2 before you today, one for H.J. McDonald Middle School Band. And this is the music festival that is held annually in Busch Gardens. They weren't able to go, the last time, but all the schools are resubmitting it this time. H.J. McDonald annually just goes in one day. They make a marathon trip early in the morning and come back, so they are not spending the night. They do know that if and it's written on their information that if for whatever reason their bus does not return before midnight, the field trip supervisor or lead chaperone is to contact Ms. Reese. Ms. Reese is to contact me immediately so that we'll know that they are delayed for whatever reason, and Dr. Miller will know that we have a bus still on the road that normally wouldn't be. And that one's not until May 20th. And just like I mentioned before, any of our schools that are chartering buses and things like that have been told to try to work with companies where they can get a refund if there is a shift in what we're dealing with COVID or anything else that may come up that could cause them to have to cancel the trip. West Craven High School, Air Force JRTC, they will be trying to go back again for their 1-week summer camp that the JRTC organizations are able to participate in each summer. This one is in Charleston, South Carolina. They go to the Citadel, and you can see the dates there in June. And so they have submitted their request, and just like with the other trips, making sure that they can get any refunds that are required if they're able to do that without any loss of funds to both students as well as to the school. All the other documentation that you see listed there, we have on file in the office, the detailed itinerary, safety plan, number of chaperones, and we did update that policy, that process with our field trips so that we have the actual names of all the chaperones who are approved to go on the trip, as well as fundraising opportunities when there is a significant cost. And so I have the information for West Craven High School. They usually will start early and then try to supplement anything the students are not able to fund so that no students are denied. So there's information regarding that. As well as with that trip, there is a water safety plan on file because there are some things they do with water, but there are lifeguards present, multiple lifeguards present whenever they do any of their training, but it's a part of the camp. It's just not, jumping in the water for fun. It's a part of the summer camp for JRTC. So these are the 2 trips that we would like to seek your approval on.
Okay. That's it. Any questions? Thumbs up, put on consent.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. All right, summer remediation, Dr. Cooper.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Board, Superintendent Miller. All right, I am here for the annual approval from y'all regarding the summer program, a remediation program that DPI requires us to get approval to be able to remediate students after the school year's out and allow them to be re-administered the end of grade or end of course assessment if they do not achieve a level 3 or higher. So attached is the memo from DPI, and I've also attached 2 other documents that are the forms that must be signed with approval along with the board agenda item, so that DPI knows that we have asked you and we've had it approved. I reached out to all the principals and asked them to look at the dates for remediation. They actually came back with some adjustments. So what we are looking at is for the traditional calendar schools that we would bring students back June 20th and 21st for remediation, 4 hours each day. And then do the readministration of the assessments June 22nd, 23rd. And then for the two early colleges, they would do remediation May 25th through the 27th and do readministration on May 31st and June 1st. And with the early colleges, it's probably really mostly one day in the high schools because students aren't usually taking 2 EOCs in one semester. The principals did ask that we do this after the work days instead of doing the remediation during the work days, which we were allowed to if we wanted to. We cannot re-administer the assessments during teacher work days. So we were limited with that. So, but they asked as a group that we move it to after the work day. So that's why you see it later after all the teachers are done with their responsibilities. So any questions?
Board members, any questions? Okay,
All right, thank you.
thumbs up.
Have a good day.
You too, thank you so much. This one data.
Hello again.
Wayne? Mhm.
All right, so I would like to present the Craven County Schools discipline data for the month of January. As usual, there is a spreadsheet that identifies the total number of incidents, the incidents of the current month, which in this case is January, the reportable offenses, the number of suspensions for the month of January, as well as the total number of suspensions for the year. And then as we did last month, we've added the column that compares the total number of suspensions to the 2018-2019 school year. I was also asked to put some of the information in a different format. So there are graphs that have the total number of suspensions by school and also the total number of incidents by school. And then there's also the report, the weapons report for the month of January, as well as the number of long-term suspensions. Well, actually, both of those reports are cumulative. They give the total number for each month that we've had this school year. So are there any questions about the discipline data?
Questions?
That was just for January, Mr. Swain?
Okay, so yeah, the graphs are just for January, the total number of incidents and the total number of suspensions. The spreadsheet, I'm sorry, I said that incorrectly. The graphs were for the year so far.
Okay.
Total for the year, suspensions, total for the year, total incidents. And then the spreadsheet has both the current month and the total year, and also the comparison of suspensions to the 18-19 school year.
So the spreadsheet would have just had January?
Now, the spreadsheet has, for instance, total number of incidents for the current month, which was January in this case, and then beside it is the column for the total number of incidents for the year.
Would it have been unduly burdensome or in the future for you to bring us the information on the spreadsheet, perhaps the week before the board meeting?
I can do that, yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
Any more questions? Thank you.
All right.
Ms. Wagner? Public information request process. Ms. Wagner, Director of Public Relations and Communications is coming up.
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon.
Good
Good afternoon.
So today I come with information that was requested in regards to public information request. I do believe that there's a presentation that's attached also, please. So we will start with first, what is a public record? And the public records of Craven County Schools are governed by the state of the North Carolina Public Records Act, which is under General Statute 132. If you want to go to the third slide, please. So the next one, there you go. So I have included statute, and it's also linked in simply for you for a reference and for anybody in the audience that needs it. So I'm not going to read this to you, but I did want to share that public records are records made or received in connection with the transaction of public business. Okay, so that means all documents, papers, letters, maps, books, photographs, films, sound recordings, magnetic or other tapes, electronic data processing records, artifacts, and other documentary materials, regardless of their physical form. Also, these documents are the property of the people. Therefore, it is the policy of the state that the people may obtain copies of these records. Okay, and there are exemptions to this. So on the next slide are the items that are exempt from public records request. And this tends to come, of course, with privileged information, student data, confidential employee information, medical records of employees or students, attorney-client communications, and the documents protected by the work product doctrine, our emergency response plans, public security plans, and documents that contain trade secrets. On the next slide, I referenced our Board of Education policy, 5070 and 7350 with public records. And again, it talks about the definition of what a public record is. Our school improvement plan, of course, includes our safety plans. So our school improvement plan is a public record, but our safety plans are not, of course, since that is exempt. And then the official records of students, of course, are protected. So we talk also about what is exempt in regards to our employees. So information in school system employee personnel files is protected. Okay, and so there is the list of the protected information that would be exempt from a public record request, so that you have that information for you. So the next slide talks about when a public records request is received. So first, when it is received, it is reviewed. It is shared with the superintendent, as well as the Board of Education, as well as our board attorney. And then it is distributed to the person closest to the work. Records then are acquired and sent back to public relations. And if needed, records are reviewed by the school board attorney. And if anything needs to be redacted at that time to be able to follow the compliance of the law, it is done so through the school board attorney. And then it is provided to the requester in a timely manner. Some items to consider when making a request. So Craven County Schools, of course, will be responsible and will produce all records unless the records fall within the specific exemptions. And the exemptions are the laws and statutes which exclude specific information or records from disclosure. If a record is requested that is not maintained by Craven County Schools, even though it's been asked for, one does not have to be created. And the other thing too to take into consideration is I think everybody's definition of timely manner is different. Okay, so one of the things that people I hope will take into consideration is that when these requests are submitted, that we're still fulfilling our daily duties and responsibilities of our job here with the school system. So we are trying to respond in a reasonable amount of time, and that also depends on the scope of the request. Okay, so if it is a lot of information and to the extent of the request, it could, of course, take longer. And then, of course, if the school board attorney does have to get involved, of course, the time there could also take it longer for us to be able to fulfill that request. The other thing, too, is when the request is fulfilled, it is also shared back with the Board of Education so that they are aware that it has been completed. And that's a communication loop and also an effort of transparency on our part so that you are aware. And it also depends too if a request is ambiguous or the scope of the work in which somebody is asking for certain records. So we could have to go back and ask them to narrow their scope down to be more specific in regards to what their request is. And the board is committed to providing access to all public records and public information. So we did want to share that as well. So are there any questions from the board in regards to a public records request when that is received?
The question will, Ms. Lee, come on, Ms. Lee, Ms. Clark, and then Ms. Neese.
That's all right. I don't know if Mr. Gatcher wants to answer this, or if you tell me if you will answer it in closed session. In closed session, does the statute speak to defining what timely manner is?
I'd be happy to give you my advice on that in closed session.
Thank you.
You done?
Yeah.
Okay, Mr. Gatchell, I'm coming for you again. So the public understands when they put in a public information request, can you explain what would be redacted information? Like because they all have to go before you, so could you explain like what type of information would be redacted from a public information request?
First, it's not clear all public information requests would come before me.
Okay.
Hypothetically, the redactions would be those required by law.
So could you give like an example so the public would like understand what information would be redacted?
I would direct them to Ms. Wagner's slides. She had a list on her slide.
I know, but sometimes it's better to hear it than it is to just read it, because sometimes things are missed when it's read, just like with emails that we send to staff. So if you can just.
Do you want me to read that slide in regards to employee personnel information?
Well, but not all public information requests have employee information in it. Some of it may have stakeholder information. So all of those names and all of that kind of stuff is removed from a public information request. We write just the bulk of the information.
So I'd be happy to give you my advice specifically about that in closed session.
Okay.
Any more questions? Oh, yeah, I think you have a policy.
Yeah, the policy is attached to the presentation, as well as the School Board Association recommended policy, which is our adopted policy as well. So that's there too. So we don't have any changes at this time.
Okay.
So I wanted to have that information for you as it was requested. The next item on the agenda that I was asked to bring today was public participation at board meetings. And I'd like to thank Ms. Nedler for her assistance in helping me update this table for you. We have 13 districts in the Southeast Alliance, and all of their policies are linked to this table so that you have it for your reference as well. One of the things that I think that you'll find in regards to the school board policies is most of them adhere to the recommendations from the School Board Association. Some of them have some variances in times. What you'll see is that, in Craven County Schools, we offer 5 minutes for public input. Most of the districts in our region offer 3 minutes, which I thought was interesting. Some offer 30 minutes. One district that I noted, New Hanover, which they just recently updated their policy, they do offer 1 hour. But the difference with New Hanover was that if they had 10 or more people sign up, that they limit their conversation to be able to share information to 2 minutes. So they do change the amount of time in which that they would be able to present to the Board of Education.
Because of what reason again? What'd you say?
Based on the number of people who sign
The
up.
number of people, okay.
So then they limit it to 2 people. I'm sorry, to 2 minutes.
2 minutes.
Yes. So the other thing too, which we also have in policy that I think was that the board doesn't interact during public input with any of the people who are speaking at that time. And those were all things that were consistent through the School Board Association recommendation for the policy adoption. And so this table gives you a point of reference for all of the districts in our region. I'm not sure if you have any questions at this time, but I did want to bring this information forward to you.
Thank you.
Anybody else have any more questions or comments? Thank you, Ms. Wagner.
You're welcome. And this is also attached in Assembly so that you have it for future reference as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Lee.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Hold on.
Uh-oh, I have
She
to
has to,
recuse.
she has to recuse herself.
So let me get out of the room, please. Somebody come get me.
So I bring forth recommendation for 2 HVAC projects. We've talked about these before. This is the gym replacement units for Havelock High School and West Raven High School. Ferrier and Sons was low bidder on both projects. Havelock High School was 1.29 million and West Raven High School is 1.238 million. So we're asking for approval for these 2 projects. And it'd be funded using ESSER funds.
Any questions, board? So we need to get a motion to approve this. You need to get this approved today. I need to get a motion
So
to.
move that we approve the document submitted.
Second. Okay, it has been a move and a second that we approve the replacement of the high school gym HVAC units for West Craven High School in the amount of $1,238,000 and Havelock High School in the amount of $1,290,000. It has been moved and second. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Ayes have, and this is approved. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lee.
Mr. Freeble? Okay.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon.
Great to see you. I am excited to be here. I have a lot of technology projects and updates that I want to share with you. So I'm going to do my best to be quick, but be thorough. And if you have questions along the way or at the end, I'll be happy to address them. So let's just go ahead and get started. Stephen, first slide, please. Okay, so the first thing let's talk about is our phone migration plan. This is a painstakingly slow process, unfortunately. I put some pictures on the slides there for you all to take a look at. The picture on the left is actually 4 of my teammates in the hallway. I believe that's when we were doing the migration at Havelock High School over Christmas break. You can see it makes quite a bit of mess. We have ladders, we have carts that we have to push around, and we have folks on those ladders actually in the ceiling pulling new cable. And I'll talk a little bit more specifically about that process. The middle picture is very hard to see, and I think I put that in there purposefully. That's one of our teammates with a headlamp on in the attic. I think that's at JT Barber. So again, he's in the attic trying to pull that cable as well. And if you look at the picture on the right-hand side, those are, it's hard to see, but that's actually 3 ladders, 1 in the hallway and 2 in the classroom. So you can see the picture on the far left, are the folks stringing the cable throughout the school down the hallway. The picture on the far right is once it gets from the hallway, it's got to get into the classroom. And Stephen, if you'll go ahead and go to the next slide, I'll talk about what we're doing with that. So we've been working on this phone migration plan for quite a while, actually. And unfortunately, it's not as easy as just going into every building or every classroom and swapping out the old phone and just plugging in a new one. So we're going to a whole VoIP system, which means it's voice over internet, which means we have to basically plug one of those famous blue cables that you plug your computer in if you want to get an internet signal into the phone. So to do that, every school has a couple of data rack rooms, and in those data rack rooms, that cable has to get pulled from there into the ceiling and down into every single classroom where there's a current phone. So it takes a long time, and we can't really do that when there's classes in session. We don't want to disrupt learning, and it's a safety hazard for the folks walking around the hallways with ladders for my team and anyone at the school there. So to give you an update of where we are, the square there on the left, the red square, those are the schools that we are still waiting to actually physically go to those schools and pull that cable. Again, it takes a long time. We're strategically planning when we can possibly get to the next couple of schools. We're aiming to get the project started around spring break. We're hoping that can stick. That depends on how many staff members I have available. Normally, a project of pulling cable to complete an entire school, and if you don't have to go back to the previous slide, Stephen, but on that other slide, I showed you 4 people in the hallway. If there's 4 or 5 people at the school all day, every day for the entire week, we can get a school done. And that's with no interruptions. And that's with 4 or 5 of my teammates there. The yellow square is what we've already cabled, but we haven't been able to port those numbers yet. And what does that mean? Porting is basically when we have to contact the phone company and tell them that we're moving these phone numbers associated with this school from the old system to the new system. So they've been cabled, and that is where we're running into the big problem at this point, is with getting in contact with the phone company. They've been challenging to get up with and confirm dates. So sometimes this process with porting, we've seen it where it's gone from 8 weeks to 8 months, and it has not been great customer service. We're looking to try to find ways to continue to improve that. West Craven Middle was our most recent one that we had scheduled. That was actually scheduled to get done on January 19th, 2022. And CenturyLink called us and said that there was a mistake in the port request. They had the wrong mailing address for the location. So we're now regrouping and trying to get them rescheduled as well. So the schools on the right, the ones in the green, those are the ones that are done. We've been working extremely hard to get this done. When I came on board, I think it was a project that was ongoing. And once we got settled in, once we got figured out how we're going to get through COVID and do remote learning, we knew that this is one of those projects we needed to get back on. So we have made lots of progress on those schools, and we're looking to hopefully wrap up the next ones. Depending on the budget, if we can get enough cable purchased, I'm really going to struggle to find enough folks from my team to be available, hopefully over the summer, to knock out as many of those schools as we can on the left-hand side. So we're really going to be busting our humps this summer to get that work done. We know it needs to get done. Okay, all right, Stephen. All right, let's switch over and let's talk about our device deployment. I am so thrilled to finally announce that all of our students, grades K through 12, now have the same device, the same iPad. It is that one in the hard blue case. It comes with a built-in keyboard, and it's just nice to have a consistent model available to all of our students. The iPad rollout at the elementary level, I'm going to talk a little bit more about this in just a minute, but you can see the student on the right-hand side of that screen, in the white sweatshirt with the blue lanyard on. So he was one of our student tech experts, and I'm going to start talking about our tech experts in just a little bit. That was one of the highlights of the projects that we got to do. I do want to commend everybody that was involved in that rollout at the elementary level. It wasn't just my team involved. It was Miss Williamson's team. It was we had to communicate with the principals, the assistant principals. The teachers were involved. TAs were able to assist my team and even the students. So kudos to everybody, a huge team effort, and it was completely well done and well received, we thought. The next up is our staff devices. And every time I see Miss Morris, she wants to know when is her new MacBook coming. I have good news, Miss Morris. The first delivery of staff MacBooks is supposed to arrive today at the Technology Center. Yes, we could have just moved the meeting to the Tech Center and awaited the delivery so Miss Morris could get hers. So we're excited about that, and we're going to be working with Miss Williamson and her team to work out that delivery schedule. So we're very, very excited about that. Okay, Stephen, I think I'm ready for the next one. And I talked about the familiar device that everybody has now, that iPad with that blue hardcover case. It's easy for us to identify those now because anything in that blue hard-covered case with the keyboard is now covered under Apple Care. And Apple Care certainly helps us get devices back to the Technology Center, shipped out to Apple and returned back to us so we can get them to the students as quickly as possible. Now that all of our students have these new devices, we've actually taken their older device and we've configured those to be spares or loaners that is available to them. If their device breaks, they can quickly get a spare one until their device returns. So we've maximized more inventory for those devices that are broken and need to get a loaner provided for a student. So Apple recommends that we have to have a approved case. We're limited on what they consider an approved case to be covered under Apple Care. We've had some folks say, this is great, can I take this case off? It's a little bit too bulky. Unfortunately, no, because if it comes out of that case, the Apple Care warranty does not apply anymore. So we're working through that. The cover and what Apple Care covers, we send every device back to Apple Care. We want Apple Care to tell us, no, we can't fix that device. Really, what it is designed to cover is just incidental breaks. We know we're giving devices to kids. Kids are going to break things. We're looking at minimum like cracks down the glass. We're looking at little dents, things like that. The things that are expected to happen when we give devices to students. Sometimes we get devices in that have been completely destroyed for one reason or another. So we're looking at sending those back with the hopes that Apple Care will somehow let us get through with one of those and use one of those Apple Care repairs to fix that device. Okay, Stephen. Oh, that picture on the screen right there. Sorry, Stephen, you go back. I'm sorry. That is actually Barbara's desk in our office. That stack of iPads right there are iPads that are going to get shipped back to Apple because they have damages on them. When that shipment gets sent off, we have enough that have been sent back to fill up that same desk. So this is really about, that's what we get probably a week to send out. That's the amount of iPads we send out per week to Apple Care to get fixed. Once we send those out, we're shipping out another set of them each week. So it's a continuous job. All right, Stephen. All right, so we have two companies that actually help us with repairs. Like I said before, Apple fixes the ones that are covered under Apple Care. That actually is a quick turnaround time for us because when that device comes to us, we send that off to Apple and it's about a week's time for that device to come back to us, which is actually very, very speedy. So we're very pleased with that. If we had to fix the amount of devices that come in ourselves, we would run into two issues. The time that it would take, it's very, very difficult to fix an iPad. And I've reached out to Apple and clarified that they actually don't want us to fix their iPads. They want them to go to an approved place to be fixed. So even if we tried to, they wouldn't be able to send us any parts because they don't want us to fix our own iPads. We can fix MacBooks. That problem, though, is that you have to be certified. And if you want to be certified, you've got to go through this huge process to get certified. Luckily, the only repairs we've had to do on some MacBooks is just replacing some batteries, which is okay to do on that end. Okay. The other, sorry, Stephen, go back one more. Thank you, sir. And the very top bullet right there that I kind of skipped, AGI is another company that we work with that they fix our iPads that are not covered under Apple Care. So if we give a student a new iPad, it breaks, we send it to Apple Care, we give them a loaner, an older device. If that breaks, we send that one off to AGI to get fixed. Let's see. Pictures of my team over there. So my team might not actually be fixing iPads, but they are involved with managing iPads every single day. It takes up a huge amount of their time. It takes up a lot of the media coordinators' times, the tech facilitators' times. It's just a big behind the scenes process that when you turn in a device from a student who may have left your school to get it erased and then signed in for another student, several steps. So they might not be actually fixing the iPads, but they're always managing them to get them ready for the next student. And luckily now with Apple Care across the entire district, the only fees that we're asking for parents to possibly help us with would be the replacement cost for anything that's either lost or completely destroyed due to negligence. Okay, thank you, Stephen. Okay, let's talk about the student textbook. So I know that Miss Wayand always brings you all snacks. I am no cook, but I did bring you badges. So you all are going to be honorary student textbooks today. Just a warning with that, if you wear this into the school, very high standards have been set by those wonderful kids right there. So we wanted to get student experts involved for a couple of reasons. I like putting kids in a leadership role. I want them to take ownership of their device, take ownership of their school. So when we did this whole rollout with the iPads in the elementary level, all of the schools provided us these students to assist with that. As the students came out into the hallway or in the classroom, wherever we were, they partnered up with one of the student experts. That student expert walked them back down to their desk. And in that process, they helped them sign into the device. And it was great to see because it provided the kids a lot of, it provided the younger students almost like a big buddy to look up to now. I've also talked to Ms. Tolson about this. This was a great idea because now this might start that foundation of getting a little bit more excited when it comes to computers that might elevate into the middle school or the high school level. So we wanted to build that foundation somewhere. The kids were wonderful. They were patient, they were caring. And it was just absolutely fabulous to see. I do remember some of the, one school in particular said that when we did this, the student went home to their family. The mom called the school the next day and said, my student was a tech expert. He talked about it all night. It was the best thing he had done. So just a very cool opportunity. So with that being said, you all are now officially. If you need any tech help with that, Dr. Miller, there are fabulous tech experts at every school. And I have another, the next slide is just another picture of other groups of kids that we have there. One of the students, I do remember saying that this was great. He loved this. He loved doing this. This is what he wanted to do. He wanted to fix computers. So because of his experience being that tech, he now wants to fix computers when he grows up. It's worth it right there. All right, Stephen. The other reason I wanted to get tech experts involved is not necessarily for just their benefit. It's really for mine as well. We wanted to put them to work because I definitely need it. When it comes to numbers, I pulled some numbers by contacting different districts on just give me the number of staff members and students that you have. And I divided that by the number of school-based technicians that they have. In Craven County, we have about 2,388 people that each one of my school-based technicians have to support in some way. So the numbers are there. It seems high, but they're working hard. It's a small team, but they're doing great things. I'm very proud of them. Okay, Stephen. Okay, the other thing that you might not see out at the schools, but this is more of an internal success that I want to share with you is what we have been doing with our cross training and empowering others. When I arrived, it was very evident that we had, I guess I want to call them silos of knowledge, where if somebody called and needed help, well, you have to go to this person for help. Well, they're not here. We can't help you until they get back. And that's not good customer service. So excitingly, my team has kind of embraced that, and they realize that if I take this off my shoulders, I don't have to be that one person who knows this. We now have some breathing room here. One of the things I'm very proud of is Stephen specifically. There's other folks on my team as well. Stephen made it his goal work this year to provide more training to the rest of the team. We also had some members of my team whose goal work this year was to attend more of those trainings and things like that. So I'm asking for evidences that they've done that. Well, how do I do that? So I said, Stephen, it's easy. You just fill out a sign-in sheet, make a copy of it, give it to our other technician. You both turn in the same document that you led the training and that my other folks attended the training. So it works out. So we've done a lot of good stuff, not only within our department, but at the school level as well. Breaking those silos of knowledge has really, really been impactful for that. So one of the deltas that we obviously are trying to get rid of is that mindset of that's how we've always done it. We've always just gone to this one person. They've always just done it. It doesn't work. With the amount of things that our team is involved with behind the scenes, we can't just have one person to do it all. And we can't have one person that's the keeper of the keys. So one of the things, you don't have to go to the next slide, Stephen. One of the things where we've actually struggled with cross-training is doing what Stephen Silvera is doing right now. Stephen is a hard, compassionate worker for Craven County Schools, and I'm extremely proud of what his work is. Stephen's only problem is that he doesn't say no. Stephen will find a way to get something done if it needs to get done. What Stephen is doing back there is absolutely remarkable. He is running 3 cameras. He is running 2 laptops. He has a video mixer, an audio mixer to run your microphones. He is running this through Zoom, live streaming it to YouTube, all while pulling up the agenda, displaying things up here, and advancing everybody's presentation. Wow. It's absolutely amazing. Stephen is not a video production expert. This is something he had to figure out on the fly. What terrifies me about Stephen's great work is that our cross-training has failed in this realm. We cannot find the people with the right skill set and interest level on my team to even want to touch this stuff. So I've told Stephen my biggest fear is that right before board meeting, Stephen can't come. I have no plan B. There is no plan B. There might be somebody in the room who can vouch for me waking up in sweaty, sleepless nights because of that man right back there. He's too good. So I'm extremely proud of his work, but we got to work on saying no a little bit more, Stephen. So that way we can focus on other things. So anyway, I know there was a question earlier about the timer getting displayed on the screen there. So just for clarification on that, we're not running video production software, we're running Zoom. So whatever you see up here is kind of what we're doing through Zoom. So we're limited on what we have access to. We can get a video software production suite, but somebody's got to learn how to use it. So I've mentioned the cabinet, and we're working on ways to possibly come up with other alternatives where it's not just Stephen. So several of those things are coming up with a new solution back there possibly. I'm looking at alternatives to provide some type of countdown timer. So possibly on the wall mounted somewhere, probably mounted somewhere. And the point of that is just to be convenient to the public speaker. But when we do it through Zoom, we're kind of stuck and limited in the way that we do that. So we are looking for alternatives. And until then, we're still in that same boat. So anyway, we're looking into it. Okay, Stephen. Thank you. So just a very quick recap, some of our successes. The phones, the intercoms that we're upgrading, that's been a slow process, but it's getting done. Obviously, our student tech experts, the cross-training, the device deployments are done. The overall team atmosphere that we have has definitely improved. Antoine's work at the help desk, he gets a phone call. You don't know what he's going to get asked on the other end. So that's where the cross-training comes in so much, is that because Antoine has soaked up so much information, he can answer that question for them right there. So that's been great. And our work order and inventory system, it's a work in progress. It's improving all the time, but it's in place and we have something. So we're proud of that work as well. All right, Stephen. Great. The challenges that we have is the digital videographer producer solution to give us some breathing room, to give us an alternative is what we're looking for. The availability of my tech staff. You saw that from the first slide when there's so many people needed for that phone migration. That's taking some of my folks away from the building. And that way they can't get there to support those teachers, those students, those devices. And obviously, the third bullet's kind of out of our control. We keep making as much effort to speed that process up to get those phones done. So I think that was it, Stephen. Thank you. Questions, comments?
Just thank you very much.
Thank you.
Very thorough, very informative.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Ms. News, this is why I wanted you to present.
Yes.
I heard rumors for a long time that you're a great presenter.
Mhm.
So in your previous district, when you would do a PD, you would, first you would want people to show you what they know, right? And then you would do the thing, and then you'd let them show you what they learned, right? I heard all about it. I think that's great. That's why I wanted you to present, because you're closest to the work,
Yes,
right?
ma'am.
So that's what you should do. So now my questions are, so do you have enough cable to get the phone lines ran? And if you don't, how much is that going to cost, do you think? Or can we pre-order it so we
Yeah.
have it available?
Yeah, that's exactly what we're trying to do. We're looking at our budget right now to plan on spending what's remaining to get those schools done.
Okay.
But depending on the size of the school, it's about $800 worth of cable per site. So we're not talking a lot of money. It's just going to get it. So yes, we are working on that to probably get that before the budget season ends, so we can be prepared for the summer improvements.
And you're right about Mr. Silvera. He's always been fabulous and willing and accommodating and cool. So would the software help?
I think my big concern is the amount of time that it's Steven back there by himself. When he's here doing a board meeting, he's not in
Right,
the
but-
office doing that work.
Right. So the other thing that I'm getting from you is a staffing issue.
Mhm.
So I've not seen, because we look at them, right? We look at them. So I've not seen any positions posted. So do you need positions?
Luckily, we have one posted right now. It's
Okay.
it's a replacement position for a retiree.
I don't mean, I don't really mean replacement.
Yes, ma'am.
I mean, in addition to what you've got.
Yes, ma'am. I think we've had discussions with that in cabinet. And we're trying to figure out how to best proceed with some of that.
So idealistically, in a perfect Mr. Freeble world,
Yes, ma'am.
right?
Yes, ma'am.
Because you want to be supported,
Sure. Yes, ma'am.
because if you're supported, then you're supporting schools, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So in an idealistic Mr. Freeble technology world, how many additional positions do you need? First, how many do you want, and then how many can you get by with? Because there's a difference, right, between a want and a need.
Yes, so it depends on where we're talking. School-based technicians, we have 6. I would like 6 more ideally. I would like 1 for every 2 schools on average. But we also have a lot of other sites as well that need to be addressed with technical issues, the central office. I mean, it makes sense to have support here for quite the many things that go on. So 6 at the school level would be ideal. More than that would be even better, but that would be a goal of ours to get 1 for every 2 sites or so.
But see, that's part of continuous improvement,
Yes,
right?
ma'am. Oh, yeah.
So we talk about continuous improvement all the time with the board and with schools and with, you know, all that stuff. But for as much as the world is dependent on technology, which is, I don't know, these are like, I don't know, kidneys and livers and hearts and lungs anymore, these little devices we drag with us everywhere. You're an integral part too. So when you have a need in your department, you need to, and you should say, hey, look, this would help tremendously, because the ultimate goal is for us to serve students, right? So how long have you needed this? You've probably needed this since probably since you got here, but you really needed it after COVID hit, right? And then,
We would have been blessed to have it before COVID hit, but yes,
that's why I wanted you to present today.
yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. And thank you. Yep.
Ms. Smith?
I just want to say thank you because I can remember the day when we were waiting for 6 months for a bulb for a projector because everybody had different kinds of projectors and different kinds of devices and tech was one of the biggest complaints that I got as a board member. And now I've got parents in the grocery store saying, man, the help desk was great. And COVID, everybody during that to get the devices out like you guys did and to be able to deliver instruction at the speed that you did is phenomenal. You certainly, I'm sure you expressed the cabinet the needs and the wishes that you have wanted all along, but just kudos to a great job that a lot of people just take for granted because it happens, right? They've got the devices, they've got the stuff, they don't see all the things in the background.
Thank you.
So just good job.
Thank you. I'll share that with the team. It was their work. Thank you.
Mr. Alpert?
Yes, thank you. Looking at the phone migration plan and the list of schools yet to be addressed, are these the most difficult?
How we determined which schools needed to get replaced was doing having those conversations with members of my team who would go out constantly to the schools that reported the most issues. So as one school was worse off than another, we bumped them up the list that we needed to get that system out. The one school on there that's going to be the toughest is Grover C. Fields, just because of the layout of it. That's the one that we're hoping to possibly start over spring break. We don't think it'll get done, but we'll try to get as much of that done as we can. And believe it or not, Ben D. Quinn is actually going to be a very, very difficult school based on their ceilings. So you think it's a smaller school, you think it would be easy, not necessarily, no.
I'm sorry to hear that because James W. Smith
It's the same way. Yes, sir. Same campus. Right.
So what works for one will work for the other.
We hope so. Well, and once we get one done, the other one will be figured out much faster.
And Brenson, Bridgeton Elementary has the ceiling, the mezzanine for all the equipment.
Yeah.
That kind of thing. That should be more straightforward. in
Well,
its
if
design.
you wear that badge, you'll be welcome to come and give us a hand.
I'm gonna take mine off.
Haven't bought a cable in 20 years.
Yeah, well, it hasn't changed.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Yes, communication is very essential and powerful. And I'm glad that you made it aware to us how important what he is doing for Seville. And what would happen if we had a meeting, say Thursday night, and you never know, he couldn't get here. And so I'm thinking, when you get some more employees, can you just go ahead and train somebody? Get him to train somebody?
We're even looking at outside companies that might be able to come in and do it. Just anything that would take that stress and that concern and that anxiety away is definitely worth looking into.
Okay,
Yes,
so
ma'am.
that is, I never thought about that.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you for that wonderful presentation. You have really educated us because, I mean, if you don't know, you don't know.
Right. Yes, ma'am.
And I think it was real important that you came here today to do that presentation for us.
Happy to do it anytime. I enjoy that. Thank you for letting me share.
Thank you.
And Ms. Freeman, please do him a good dinner this afternoon for coming.
He's good.
Yes, ma'am. My wonderful parent, you have been such a blessing for us today, and my students. Do you all have any comments you would like to make about anything that we've heard up to this, again? And I'd like to commend you all for staying. It's been a long day. It has been a long day, especially students, because most of the time students leave at break, and so, at lunchtime. But I appreciate that for you all staying, and I hope that you have learned a lot today by seeing how everything operates. Mr. Eastwood? You good? Okay. Mr. Lee? Oh, let's take a break. She needs a break.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, absolutely. Craven County Board of Education back to order, please. Thank you. Mr. Lee, you are.
This may be the shortest update you get today. I'm very pleased to announce the scoreboard has been installed. And I think Dr. Miller shared pictures of that. So it was a very nice looking scoreboard. So we're happy that's been done. And the cabinets have been tracked to Greensboro. They're supposed to be delivered tomorrow for the culinary kitchen at West Craven High School. I'll use the old show me the money line or something. When they get here, I'll believe it, but they're supposed to be here tomorrow. We'll begin installation at West Craven High School.
Good.
Good.
Thank you.
Any questions?
Yeah, is there, if I want to, nobody has a key that can get into that room.
I checked with Montreal, Mr. Lee this morning. There's two. He has one
Okay.
and a receptionist has.
Because I might want to go out there and look. I just want to make sure.
And
Thank
we
you
can
so much.
rekey that at some point if we need to.
Okay, thank you.
Uh-huh.
Thank you for taking care of that. We appreciate that. We've already had our break. I'm sorry, Miss
It's
Miss.
good.
I'm so sorry.
It's okay. It's good.
Stacy, come back. If she has, Miss Lee, come
No,
back.
no,
She has
no,
the
it's
question.
fine.
I didn't see your hand.
It's okay. It's good.
Okay. We've already had our break. Are there any being items? Anybody has any being items? Okay. Want to ask Dr. Miller, she was taking an evaluation of the meeting.
All righty, in thinking about your work as a board, what helped you?
Today.
How about the parent and student participation?
What else worked, helped you achieve your goals?
Informative presentations.
Heather gives me the nod when she's ready, so. What else worked?
The agenda in a great time. We almost know when to expect it now, and consistently with all the supporting documents is always helpful.
I would love to get it to Thursday. We've got it till Friday, but that gives you a good
Friday's
weekend. So
Yeah.
I appreciate staff doing that as well, getting their items uploaded in a timely manner.
Wonderful lunch,
Delicious.
delicious, scrumptious. And just as an aside, this time there was enough for everybody. And I think that's important.
I appreciate
The
Mr.
last time, so we addressed it.
I appreciate Mr. Dove going
Yeah.
ahead and addressing our mask issue.
Mhm.
And the fact that Scott Harrelson was here today to do a presentation, and the fact that it was evident that there was collaboration on the superintendent's part, and health director's part, and Nurse Mac's part. Because Nurse Mac's always so nice. So that was very, it's nice when you answer the questions before the questions get asked.
So I will ask with that.
Would you like Mr. Harrelson to come Thursday night since you've already made a decision? I see no's. Okay. I don't want him to have to come after work hours. If we don't need him
I
here, he's
think he
certainly
did a
willing to
great
come.
job.
I will let him know that. All right. What else worked for you today?
I appreciate the attendance of all the people that are here today, being able to look eyeball to eyeball at everyone, the people that are making so much of the work happen across the system. That's not in the classroom all the time, but certainly supporting what's going on in the classroom.
What else worked for you today? What would you like to see continued?
Anyone else? I like the atmosphere. It was, I just like, it has been a long meeting, but it has not been a, what shall I, Stephanie, give me something to describe. It has been a great meeting.
That's good. That's good.
And,
There's
been no vitriol. I think it has been a great meeting. I think that everybody basically was on one accord. And I think it was just a great meeting altogether.
All right, before we lose focus, any other pluses?
And more pluses?
All right, then, in an effort to continuously improve, what would, it would even be better next time if?
Time management. On the agenda, it's too big is what I mean.
We're gonna talk about that at the board retreat what's a board item and what's a question item. And I think that will go.
And just to add to what Mr. Smith said, we're getting a lot of good information, so I would hate to delete it, but we need to consider, not today, but we need to consider moving some of it to Thursday. Because I would hate to, everything that was presented today, I thought was very important and very informative, but unduly long. And, you know, at some point, folk just shut down, whether they're seasoned or not. Amen.
If we could adjust the heat system. Got kind of cold one time.
Perfect temperature.
Right.
I think it's fine.
There is no perfect, what is it?
This is actually, I appreciate Brian Gatcher. I do appreciate him. He's like, keeps us in the lines. I appreciate that. Brian.
What else? Will even be better yet. All right, would you like me to repeat those? Move on.
We're good, move on.
Move on.
Move it on.
We do have a closed session.
Yes.
I need to get the reading for the closed session. Make a motion for us to go in closed session. Who has that?
And nobody has it open.
Personnel.
And attorney.
So the motion would be to go into closed session for North Carolina General Statute 143. A3 to consult with your attorney and to accordance with A6 to consult and discuss.
You just heard what it said. Can I get a second?
Second.
All right, we are in closed session. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
We are in closed session. Thank you once again, everybody, for coming.